Chapter 660. Meng Zhongshan's palm technique was wide open, straightforward, and extremely fast. The palm energy shook off the blazing flame profound spear and immediately moved forward, slamming towards Yixing's chest. 9 Heavens Astral Travel Technique. Wind elemental energy gathered around Yixing as Yixing pushed his speed to the limit, dodging Meng Zhongshan's palm energy. Boom 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 boom. Meng Zhongshan's body moved as fast as a phantom, slamming down one palm after another. Every palm strike caused the void to explode, and wherever the palm energy passed, the mountains would crumble. If they were ordinary intermediate venerable ones, even if there was a group of them, they would be easily crushed to death if Meng Zhongshan got close to them. Tyrannical Flame Spear. Yixing once again unleashed this tyrannical and violent technique, forcing Meng Zhongshan to retreat. However, Meng Zhongshan was prepared for this, and even the might of the tyrannical flame spear could not injure him. Come again. Meng Zhongshan became more and more courageous as he fought. After being pushed back by the tyrannical flame spear, he charged forward again in the blink of an eye. Golden palm prints with terrifying power slammed towards Yixing. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from Yixing's forehead, turning into a huge dark vortex. Yixing used the dark astrology, and in an instant, Meng Zhongshan fell into a world of darkness. Although Yixing might not necessarily lose to Meng Zhongshan if he fought him head-on, he might face stronger opponents in the next 2 battles. Yixing did not want to fight Meng Zhongshan like this. Yixing had to conserve his energy for the 9th and 10th battle, so he used the black hole astrology. Meng Zhongshan fell into the world of darkness, and could not see Yixing's figure, so his violent attack stopped. Although Meng Zhongshan had a high-grade metal element celestial phase above him, emitting a golden light, but in the dark world, it could not illuminate too far, causing Meng Zhongshan to become blind. Meng Zhongshan simply closed his eyes. Yixing's black hole astrology could make the target enter the dark world. This was no secret. Meng Zhongshan had already trained to fight with his eyes closed. Meng Zhongshan's ears perked up, and he carefully listened to the sounds around him. His pores opened up, and he felt the flow of the air to determine Yixing's position. Sharp Wind Spear. When Meng Zhongshan fell into the world of darkness, Yixing immediately launched a counterattack, thrusting out his spear with extreme speed. After all, fighting with one's eyes was not as sensitive as watching with one's eyes. With the speed of the Sharp Wind Spear, even if Meng Zhongshan could see with his eyes, it would be difficult for him to block it. Now that he was in the dark world, he could not react in time and was stabbed directly. Ding! The spear tip pierced the golden light outside Meng Zhong's body, producing a metallic sound. Boom! Just as the spear was blocked, Meng Zhongshan struck out with his palm. Yixing retracted the blazing profound spear in his hand, and instantly retreated, dodging the opponent's attack. In an instant, he changed his direction and used the Sharp Wind Spear again, thrusting out rapidly. The spectators were not affected by the black hole astrology, and could see the battle within the light shield. They could only see Yixing's figure moving around Meng Zhongshan in all directions, thrusting out spear after spear, and every spear accurately piercing Meng Zhongshan's body. However, Meng Zhongshan relied on his strong defense to block Yixing's spear, and immediately counterattacked with his palm. His reaction speed was extremely fast. For a moment, there were spear shadows, palm shadows, and human shadows. It looked like Yixing's spear was continuously thrusting Meng Zhongshan, as if he had the upper hand. But in reality, they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Ding 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 ding. Hearing the continuous crisp sounds, the spectating cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were truly shocked by Meng Zhongshan's defense. Yixing's attack power was absolutely terrifying, and even a 6-star honorable would find it difficult to block it. However, even after thrusting out spear after spear, Meng Zhongshan was still unharmed. If Meng Zhongshan had been an ordinary 6-star venerable, no matter how he attacked, he would not have been able to harm Meng Zhongshan. Boy, my defense is invincible, you can't do anything to me. Meng Zhongshan closed his eyes, thrusting out his palms continuously, golden light flashing, and his mouth did not stop. Tyrannical Fire Spear. Yixing laughed, and after a feint his body shifted, and the spear technique suddenly changed, becoming the most violent and overbearing technique. Meng Zhongshan heard the sound and immediately thrusted out his palm. But he did not expect that Yixing was only fainting, and was shocked. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from behind. Yixing's tyrannical flame spear had arrived. The spear technique changed too quickly, and by the time Meng Zhongshan regained his senses, the ardent flame spear had already stabbed into his back. Bang! The tyrannical flame spear's power was much more terrifying than the sharp wind spear, and with a loud explosion, Meng Zhongshan was sent flying. The golden light layer on his body was instantly shattered, and at the same time, the spear tip pierced a bloody hole in his back. Ah! Meng Zhongshan roared. Little you dare to trick me. Yes, I am, so what? Yixing snorted. His voice came from the darkness, and with just a few words he changed his position a few times, causing Meng Zhongshan to be unable to determine his position. As a pure physical martial artist, Meng Zhongshan's defense and vitality were far superior to those of the same level. Even if Meng Qianqiu was hit by Yixing's spear, he would be severely injured, but to Meng Zhongshan, it was not too serious. Meng Zhongshan circulated his golden dipper battle qi, and immediately stopped the bleeding from his wound, and also stopped the loss of his vitality. Sharp wind spear. Yixing did not give Meng Zhongshan a chance to catch his breath, and with a flash of his spear, he used his fastest spear technique to attack. In the world of darkness, Yixing used speed to fight speed, and Meng Zhongshan could not resist at all, and could only use his strong defense to resist. However, Yixing did not use the sharp wind spear every time, and occasionally he would suddenly change his moves, and use the tyrannical flame spear, which caught Meng Zhongshan off guard. Under Yixing's intentional control, Meng Zhongshan basically could not resist the tyrannical flame spear, and every time he used the tyrannical flame spear, Meng Zhongshan would be sent flying, and a bloody hole would be left on his body. Although Meng Zhongshan's defense was flawless, and Yixing's attacks were on other parts of his body, but after a few bloody holes, Meng Zhongshan's injuries worsened, and it was difficult to stop the bleeding. A person's vitality and vitality were directly related to blood, and the loss of blood meant the loss of vitality, and the loss of vitality. Meng Zhongshan became weaker and weaker, and his defense gradually declined. Finally, when Meng Zhongshan's body was pierced with the 10th bloody hole, he could no longer resist the blazing profound flame spear, and this spear directly pierced through Meng Zhongshan's body, and the spear tip came out from the other side. This spear contained a terrifying power, and exploded in his body, and instantly shattered Meng Zhongshan's internal organs, causing a fatal injury. This time Yixing did not retreat, but held the blazing profound flame spear, and fiercely pierced into Meng Zhongshan's body, and Meng Zhongshan could no longer fight back. Chapter 661. In the 8th battle, Meng Zhongshan died, and Yixing continued his winning streak. In the light shield of the formation, Yixing held his spear and pierced through Meng Zhongshan's body. The scene froze at this moment, and all the spectating cultivators were stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with shock and amazement. Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan, the two most famous mid-level supremacies of the great Meng royal family, had both died in Yixing's hands. In addition, 6 other powerful 6-star supremacies had also died. This kind of result was something that the martial artists had not expected at all. Some of them did not expect that the Supreme King Meng Tai would send out stronger mid-level supremacies. At this moment, they were certain that Yixing would win. They thought that the 9th and 10th battles were a foregone conclusion. However, the Black Biao King's expression became nervous. He knew that one of the Supreme King Meng Tai's trump cards was about to be revealed. Regarding Meng Zhongshan's death, the Supreme King Meng Tai did not even frown. He had already expected this result. The mission he gave Meng Zhongshan was to increase Yixing's energy consumption. Yixing had used at least 100 moves to kill Meng Zhongshan, so he must have used up a lot of energy. The 9th battle was the real trump card. Even if he did not succeed in the 9th battle, there was still a safer trump card in the 10th battle. Since the Supreme King Meng Tai dared to agree to this life and death battle, he was naturally fully prepared. He would definitely not let the great Meng royal family lose their dignity. As the ruler of the Star Continent, the great Meng royal family had been cultivating secret forces in every era. This was the great Meng royal family's secret. Only a few people knew about it, and even many kings did not know about it. Now, it was finally time for these secret forces to be put to use. The Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators looked at the Supreme King Meng Tai. Meng Zhongshan had died, so they did not know who the Supreme King would send out for the 9th battle. The Supreme King Meng Tai's eyes lit up, and he said, "The 9th battle, Meng Zhanfeng, kill this bastard." Meng Zhanfeng? The cultivators of the Great Yuan dynasty all knew this person. He was just an ordinary 6-star venerate. The Dark Star sect had investigated all the 6-star venerables of the Damning dynasty, and Meng Zhanfeng was no exception. He was only in his 50s, and he had only become a 6-star venerable within 10 years. He did not have any obvious battle records, and in the information of the Dark Star sect, he was excluded from the possible participants. Aside from a few people who knew the inside story, the vast majority of cultivators thought that the paramount king Yixing had already given up on this life and death gamble. Thus, he sent out an ordinary 6-star venerable to settle this matter with Yixing. "Yes, Your Majesty. Your subject will definitely kill this thief." A vigorous voice rang out as a person walked out from the tower. Meng Zhanfeng looked very young, not even 30 years old. The Black Biao King carefully checked and confirmed that Meng Zhanfeng was indeed a mid-level supremacy, and not a supremacy or king. He sealed his cultivation, and allowed Meng Zhanfeng to enter the light barrier. "So it's you." Yixing looked at Meng Zhanfeng. When he had just returned from the extraterritorial star continent, he had met this person in the Starry Sky Arena. Unexpectedly, this person's strength was even more terrifying than his aura. He was actually a 6-star venerable who was even stronger than Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan. It seemed that the Damning dynasty had not randomly assigned Meng Zhanfeng to guard the Starry Sky Arena and wait for Yixing's news. They had left a true powerhouse behind. Meng Zhanfeng's gaze was cold like a sharp blade as he said, "This is me. I could not attack you in the Starry Sky Arena. Now I can finally fulfill my wish and kill you, this thief, to restore the prestige of my Great Yuan dynasty." The spectating cultivators were stunned. Meng Zhanfeng's words were beyond their expectations. From Meng Zhanfeng's tone, it seemed that he was even stronger than Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan. Otherwise, Yixing, Meng Qianqiu, and Meng Zhongshan would have already died at Yixing's hands. How could Meng Zhanfeng be so confident that he could kill Yixing? However, Meng Zhanfeng was very ordinary among 6-star venerables, and he was even more unknown to many martial artists. Could he be stronger than Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan, who were invincible among 6-star venerables? Meng Zhanfeng's aura gradually surged as the crowd watched in shock. In the end, the monstrous aura was like an avalanche, causing some 7-star venerables to turn solemn. Although they were separated by the light barrier, they could still feel that Meng Zhanfeng was extraordinary. He was probably stronger than Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan. Heavens, this Meng Zhanfeng's aura is so strong that it is not inferior to a 7-star venerable. Could it be that his strength is comparable to a 7-star venerable? Some venerables exclaimed. They were shocked that the great Meng imperial family had hidden such a powerful 6-star venerable. It turns out that the Supreme King arranged Meng Zhongshan to fight in the 8th round not because he wanted him to fight in advance, but because there are more powerful middle-level venerables. Meng Zhongshan should be fighting in the 8th round. This Meng Zhanfeng is stronger than Meng Zhongshan, but he is only fighting in the 9th round. Could it be that there is someone stronger than Meng Zhanfeng fighting in the 10th round? Looking at Meng Zhanfeng's aura, his strength should not be inferior to an ordinary 7-star venerable. How strong will the person fighting in the 10th round be? I thought that Yixing had won the life and death gambling match after defeating Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan. Now it seems that I have underestimated the great Meng imperial family. As the ruler of the Deyuan king, how can the great Meng imperial family only have this much strength? They must have some hidden experts. The difference in strength between a 6-star venerable and a 7-star venerable is too great. If Meng Zhanfeng really has the strength of a 7-star venerable, Yixing will be defeated in this round without waiting for the 10th round. The martial artists exclaimed repeatedly. Previously, they had all thought that Yixing would win the life and death gambling match. Now the wind had shifted to the great Meng imperial family's side. Yi Xing looked at Meng Zhanfeng with a calm expression. No matter how strong Meng Zhanfeng was, there was a limit to his strength. Being able to reach the combat strength of a 7-star venerable was already extremely heaven-defying. After all, it was too difficult for the martial artists of the Star Continent to fight across realms in the Venerable Realm. There were very few people who could fight across realms, and it was even harder to find someone who could fight across realms. Yi Xing did not believe that it would be so coincidental for him to meet a 6-star venerable who could fight across realms. The possibility of this happening was less than 1 in a trillion. Yi Xing said indifferently, "You couldn't do anything to me in the Starry Sky Grand Arena. You can't do anything to me here either. Perhaps you are stronger than Yi Xing, but so what? There is only one result in this life and death gambling match. That is I, Yi Xing, will live and the 10 middle stage venerables of your great Ming imperial family will all die. You are only the 9th. There is still a 10th after you." Yi Xing's tone was resolute and decisive. He was full of confidence. Chapter 662. Meng Zhanfeng raised his hand, and a black class medium treasure saber appeared in his hand. Swoosh! At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a golden star. It was a superior metal element star form. With the treasure saber in hand and the metal element star power in his body, Meng Zhanfeng's aura suddenly became sharp. He shouted, "Yi Xing, you don't have to wait for the 10th round. You will die in this round." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed and a dazzling saber aura broke the air current in half and slashed towards Yi Xing. The saber was faster than Meng Shan, and the power contained in the saber aura was much stronger than Meng Shan. It was stronger than Meng Zhongshan and Meng Qianqiu. When an expert made a move, one would know whether they were skilled or not. Meng Zhanfeng's black class medium martial skill, golden aura void splitting saber, had been cultivated to the great completion realm. Its power was not inferior to a transcendent martial skill. Meng Zhanfeng's metal force had also reached the unity of heaven and man realm, which was higher than a 7-star supremacy. Although his cultivation had not reached the level of a 7-star supremacy, the power of his saber was stronger than an ordinary 7-star supremacy. Golden aura void splitting saber focused on breaking the void. Once the saber aura was released, it would break the void and arrive in an instant. It was as fast as lightning. It was only fast but weak. It was not a threat even if it caught up with Yi Xing. It was only strong but slow. It could not even catch up with Yi Xing's clothes. However, it was fast and strong. It was a big threat to Yi Xing. Meng Zhanfeng's saber was fast and strong. Yi Xing could not avoid it, and only had time to block with his spear. Clang! The treasure saber carried a golden saber aura, and slashed on the blazing flame spear. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. Yi Xing's body was instantly sent flying. There was a sweet taste in his mouth and a mouthful of blood surged up. Meng Zhanfeng's attack power was indeed terrifying. Just one saber was able to injure Yi Xing a little. Swoosh! The air current split and a golden light flashed. Meng Zhanfeng's second saber had arrived. Yi Xing used the 9 heaven spirit travel technique and retreated quickly, but he was still not as fast as the saber light. Myriad transformation spear. While retreating, Yi Xing executed this move. Dark energy gathered on the blazing flame profound spear, drawing out a dark whirlpool. A golden saber light flashed, and the dark vortex was cut in half. The golden saber light that broke through the dark vortex struck Yi Xing's chest like a hot knife through butter. Bang! Even though Yi Xing's power was greatly reduced after the black vortex was split open, and he was protected by the mystic grade inner armor, he still spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. Yi Xing felt a sharp pain in his chest. The astral blade was too sharp. Although his inner armor was not cut open and blocked most of the attack power, part of the astral blade still penetrated into his body, causing damage to his body. The golden saber light appeared again. Meng Zhanfeng had already sent out his third saber strike. He laughed and said, "Yi Xing, how does it feel?" The spectating cultivators watched the battle unfold in the light barrier. Meng Zhanfeng's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. If this continued, Yi Xing would not be able to withstand more than a few saber strikes. Meng Zhanfeng's rapid saber strike after saber strike forced Yixing to retreat continuously. Even though he was in the world of darkness, he could still accurately capture Yixing's movements and accurately determine Yixing's exact location. The Dark Star Sex cultivators were very nervous. Yixing's situation was very bad. As for the Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators, they were naturally very excited. In the blink of an eye, Meng Zhanfeng's third saber strike had already arrived in front of Yixing. Under such rapid attacks, Yixing was unable to completely dodge his opponent's attack. He had to retreat quickly. Meng Zhanfeng caught the fluctuations caused by the friction between his body and the air. He was able to lock onto Yixing's position. Yixing already vomited blood from the second saber strike. How could he block the third saber strike? Yixing's actions were out of everyone's expectations. He actually put away the medial-grade profound spear in his hand and switched it for a pitch-black profound bow. Although this bow was also a medial-grade profound weapon, Meng Zhanfeng's astral blade was already in front of him. What was the use of using a bow? The bow was a long-range weapon. Drawing the bow required a certain amount of time. In close combat, by the time one drew the bow and shot an arrow, the opponent would have already killed one. Furthermore, Yixing was facing Meng Zhanfeng's saber. It was as fast as lightning. How could he block it with a bow? The spectating cultivators were all shocked. They did not understand Yixing's actions. In their opinion, switching from a spear to a bow was simply suicidal. The Dark Star Sex cultivators all stood up. Yixing's actions were simply courting death. As for the Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators, they all laughed. They were overjoyed. Others did not know that Yixing was not only a spear master and a fist master, but he was also an archery master. Furthermore, Yixing's archery Dao was even further than the spear Dao and fist Dao. His attainments were deeper. The degree of one with the weapon was even higher than the spear and the gloves. The bow was the weapon Yixing was most familiar with. With a bow in hand, compared to wearing gloves or holding a spear, it felt more comfortable to use. Others did not know that Yixing was not only skilled in archery, but he had also comprehended his own archery martial technique. Switching from a spear to a bow was not courting death, nor was it suicidal. With a bow in hand, one's strength was stronger and faster than using a spear. With the dark crow bow in hand, it instantly transformed into a black shadow. It was an afterimage formed by moving at extreme speed. It was also a black vortex. It was extremely similar to the 10,000 transformations spear. When the saber light slashed into the black vortex, it immediately deviated. However, the black vortex was also collapsing. Immediately after, the saber and the dark crow bow collided. The dark crow bow had an extremely strong suction force. It followed the black vortex and immediately deviated the saber to the side. The saber light followed the momentum and slashed down. It flashed past Yixing's side. Although it instantly broke the air current, it did not touch Yixing's body. Meng Zhanfeng was shocked. All the spectating cultivators were shocked. Just now, Yixing had used a medium-grade profound spear and was unable to resolve Meng Zhanfeng's saber technique. Now Yixing used a bow and successfully changed the trajectory of Meng Zhanfeng's saber. Bang! At the moment when everyone was shocked, there was a sudden loud sound. Yixing had pulled the bowstring. Yixing's pulling and releasing was extremely fast. Starlight gathered on the bowstring. Before it condensed into an arrow shape, it formed a fan-shaped ripple and shot out. Without condensing into an arrow shape, it naturally did not have the penetrative power of an arrow. However, this fan-shaped ripple should not be underestimated. The dark crow bow was a top medium-grade profound bow. The force it shot out was enough to threaten a 6-star venerable. The most important thing was that the fan-shaped ripple was too fast. It was impossible to guard against it. It was like a light blade that instantly cut Meng Zhanfeng's neck. Chapter 663. If he waited for the starlight to condense into the shape of an arrow, it would take longer. Although the arrow would be more powerful, it would give Meng Zhanfeng time to prepare. Now Yixing only needed to pull and release the starlight ripples that shot out were too fast. It was impossible to guard against. If Meng Zhanfeng was hit by the starlight ripples without any preparation, his head would probably fall off. Therefore, in an instant, Meng Zhongfeng's heart trembled as he felt the threat of death. Whoosh! Meng Zhongfeng's body suddenly bloomed with golden light as he rapidly retreated. The blooming golden light was Meng Zhongfeng's astral energy and metal attribute star force erupting from his body to form a defensive layer. However, the starlight ripples shot out from the crow mystic bow were really sharp. The golden defensive layer was cut open like water, and the starlight ripples continued to cut towards Meng Zhongfeng's neck. Whoosh! Meng Zhongfeng rapidly retreated. Coupled with the defense of his protective shield, he finally won a moment of time to withdraw his treasure saber and slash down. Although the starlight ripples were sharp, they were nothing but air. Under the saber light, they were instantly split in two. The terrifying saber light shot forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was above Yixing's head. It seemed that Meng Zhongfeng's saber was very domineering. In an instant he had counterattacked Yixing. In fact, the threat of the starlight ripples was still there. After the starlight ripples were split in two, they continued to shoot forward. Under Meng Zhongfeng's horrified gaze, the starlight ripples flashed past his neck. Although there was no pain, Meng Zhongfeng still felt a chill coming from both sides of his neck. Obviously, both sides of his neck had been swept by the starlight ripples. It was only because the starlight ripples swept by too quickly that he didn't feel any pain. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The crow mystic bow in Yixing's hand was burning with raging flames. It erupted with a terrifying power, and collided with the saber light. Yixing's strike was like the tyrannical flame spear of spear arts. Its power was wild and overbearing, and it instantly shattered the saber light. However, the power of Meng Zhongfeng's saber strike was truly terrifying. Yixing was forced back. This was exactly what Yixing wanted, so he increased his speed and retreated. Only when he was far enough from Meng Zhongfeng would Yixing have enough time to draw the bow and display the true power of the Black Profound Bow. Although close-range Starlight Ripple's attacks were hard to guard against, their power was not enough. If Meng Zhongfeng was prepared, it would be very difficult for Yixing to injure him with Starlight Ripples. In the blink of an eye, Yixing was already thousands of meters away from Meng Zhongfeng. His aura was restrained, and he merged into the dark world silently. Two streaks of blood appeared on both sides of Meng Zhongfeng's neck. Blood slowly flowed out. At this time, Meng Zhongfeng already felt the pain from his neck. Fortunately, the starlight ripples had only swept past the two sides of his neck, and the deepest part was no more than 2 centimeters. His trachea and aorta were not damaged, so it was not a serious injury. If Meng Zhongfeng had known that the starlight ripples could continue attacking after being cut off, he would not have slashed vertically but horizontally. The starlight ripples were not very powerful. They were destroyed by the saber aura. When Meng Zhongfeng reflected, and thought that he would not be at a disadvantage the next time he encountered starlight ripples, he was shocked. He had already lost his sense of Yixing. His surroundings were pitch black. Although his metal constellation was blooming with golden light, it was very dim in the dark world. Meng Zhongfeng could not see very far. Previously, Meng Zhongfeng was able to lock onto Yixing because under his continuous attacks, Yixing was constantly retreating. The trajectory was all within Meng Zhongfeng's expectations. Now, Yixing had completely restrained his aura and was hiding. Meng Zhongfeng naturally could not discover him. The array formation's restriction isolated this space. The people outside could see everything inside the array formation's light shield, but they could not interfere. Even sound could not pass in. Therefore, the spectating martial artists could see Yixing's figure, but they could not warn Meng Zhongfeng. Meng Zhongfeng channeled his astral energy to stop the blood from flowing out of his neck. He withdrew his saber and got into a defensive posture. He calmed his mind and sensed the surroundings. In order to kill Yixing, the intermediate venerable ones who participated in this life and death duel were trained to fight with their eyes closed. As long as there was any movement or fluctuation of astral power, Meng Zhongfeng would be able to sense Yixing's existence. Yixing moved stealthily in the dark world and arrived at the edge. He was about 5 to 6 miles away from Meng Zhongfeng. Yixing was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a rock and calmed his breathing. Earlier, when he was hit by Meng Zhongfeng's saber and vomited blood, Yixing did not have the chance to treat his injuries. He seized the time to circulate his energy and recuperate. If there were healing medicinal pills, such a small injury would be healed instantly. However, medicinal pills were forbidden in life and death duels. Yixing did not bring any medicinal pills in, so he could only circulate his energy and recuperate. Now Meng Zhanfeng was in the open while Yixing was in the dark. The initiative was in Yixing's hands. Whenever Yixing wanted to make a move, he would make a move. He could wait calmly, recuperate, and recover his energy. However, Meng Zhanfeng could not calm down. He did not know when Yixing would make a move. Hence, he had to be on guard against Yixing's attack. He had to be alert and did not dare to relax. Time passed slowly. There was no movement inside the array formation's light shield. The spectating martial artists were bored out of their wits. While Yixing was circulating his energy to recuperate, Meng Zhanfeng was doing the same to recover from the injury on his neck. When Meng Zhanfeng saw that Yixing had not made a move, he made a move. In the distance, Yixing stood up and raised the dark crow bow. He could not wait any longer. Meng Zhanfeng began to arrange the array formation. If he finished arranging the array formation, Yixing would lose more than half of his space to move. Moreover, the difficulty of killing Meng Zhanfeng would increase greatly. Yixing circulated his astral energy, and his physical strength erupted. He pulled the bowstring fiercely. Even if Yixing used all his strength, he could only pull the dark crow bow halfway. He could not pull it to a full moon. When the dark crow bow was pulled, it gathered the astral energy and condensed into an arrow of starlight. Meng Zhanfeng immediately felt the fluctuation of astral energy. His figure flashed like a golden light and rushed towards Yixing. A pair of profound grade flying wings appeared behind Meng Zhanfeng. A distance of a few miles was just a blink of an eye for him. However, Meng Zhanfeng did not even blink. The arrow of starlight on the dark crow bow had already shot out. The arrow shot by the 7 Transformations archery grandmaster had reached the acme of perfection. Its power was terrifying. Meng Zhanfeng stood in place and felt that it was difficult to block. How could he dare to continue rushing forward? Of course, he stopped in an instant and instinctively slashed out with his saber. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Meng Zhanfeng's astral saber missed. The arrow of starlight changed direction in the void. It changed direction several times in an instant. The astral saber in Meng Zhanfeng's hand retracted and changed direction, along with the arrow of starlight. Chapter 664. It had to be said that Meng Zhanfeng's reaction was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he changed 7 times and successfully blocked the arrow with his saber, shattering the starlight arrow. Whoosh, however, before Meng Zhanfeng could take the initiative to attack Yixing, Yixing shot the second arrow. Meng Zhanfeng was shocked. Just now, the saber in his hand could change 7 times with the starlight arrow. That was completely an extraordinary performance in a life and death situation. If he were to do it again, he had no confidence at all. The 7 changes of heart was too difficult to resist, especially in this dark world. He could only defend by feeling. The difficulty was too great. How could he not be shocked? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The starlight arrow changed direction 7 times in the blink of an eye. The middle-grade mystic saber in Meng Zhanfeng's hand also changed angle with the direction of the arrow light. In a life-and-death situation, people could always stimulate greater potential. Meng Zhanfeng once again captured the trajectory of the starlight arrow. After the 7th change of angle, the saber in his hand slashed out and successfully hit the starlight arrow again. However, a person's luck was not so good every time. Meng Zhanfeng struck the first starlight arrow head-on, directly shattering the starlight arrow. As for the second starlight arrow, although Meng Zhanfeng also successfully hit it, it was a little crooked. The size of the starlight arrow was only so big. It was a little crooked, but the result was very different. This saber cut off half of the arrow tail, causing the direction of the starlight arrow to change, but it did not completely destroy the starlight arrow. The starlight arrow that changed direction did not hit Meng Zhanfeng's vital point. With a thud, it shot Meng Zhanfeng's shoulder. The penetrating power of the arrow was too strong. Even with the protection of the mystic-level inner armor, it was still shot through. The arrow pierced Meng Zhanfeng's body and a sharp pain came. It's over. Meng Zhanfeng's face instantly turned pale, revealing a look of horror. This arrow had hit his shoulder, so it naturally wouldn't take his life. However, they were in a battle of life and death. He couldn't block Yixing's third arrow. No one could save him in the light shield of the formation. He would die without a doubt. Whoosh, as Meng Zhanfeng expected, Yixing's third arrow immediately shot out. Meng Zhanfeng endured the pain in his shoulder and wanted to block the arrow. However, even before he was injured, it was already difficult for him to keep up with the changes in archery, let alone now. The direction of the starlight arrow changed 7 times in the air. The treasured blade in Meng Zhanfeng's hand followed suit, but it was still a beat slower. The starlight arrow was transferred to Meng Zhanfeng's back. This arrow was not blocked by the saber art. All the power was there. Not only did it penetrate the defense of the profound rank inner armor, but it also penetrated deeply into Meng Zhanfeng's body, penetrating his heart and his entire body. The arrowhead came out of his chest and was unable to penetrate the Xian grade inner armor. It pushed the inner armor up by more than 2 inches. Meng Zhanfeng lowered his head and looked at the towering part of his chest that was propped up by the arrow. His eyes were filled with horror as fresh blood quickly dyed his body red. Soon, the metal star above Meng Zhanfeng dissipated, and his eyes lost the luster of life. His body fell to the ground and stopped moving. In the 9th round, Meng Zhanfeng died, and Yixing continued to win. The result was once again out of everyone's expectations. Looking at the young man holding the profound rank bow in the array, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Great! The moment Meng Zhanfeng fell to the ground, the Black Biao King cheered. His hanging heart was finally at ease. Yixing's performance was too outstanding. If he could win the 9th round, then there was hope for him to win the 10th round. The Dark Star Sect's martial artists were overjoyed. As for the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists, their faces were ashen, and they looked a little dazed. When Meng Zhanfeng showed his hidden strength, all the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists thought that they would definitely win the battle. However, the result was completely out of their expectations. Even someone as strong as Meng Zhanfeng, who was not inferior to an ordinary 7-star supremacy, had died at the hands of Yixing. Aren't bows and arrows long-range weapons? How can he use a bow to fight in close combat? How can there be a martial technique for using a bow to fight? His archery is even stronger than his spear and fist techniques. So he is not only a spear and fist technique master, but also an archery master? Following the Heart's 7 changes attainments in archery. Terrifying, too terrifying. Who would have thought that his most monstrous skill would be his archery? After a short moment of shock, the spectating martial artists exclaimed, their voices full of shock. These voices were extremely ear-piercing in the ears of the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists, and their faces turned ashen. Especially the Supreme King Meng Tai, whose face was the most gloomy. Meng Zhanfeng already had the fighting strength of an ordinary 7-star supremacy, but he still could not kill Yixing. Although the candidate for the 10th round was stronger than Meng Zhanfeng, there was no hope of killing Yixing. After all, the Supreme King Meng Tai knew that Yixing still had the Sagittarius constellation as his trump card. Now Yixing's archery was already so terrifying. If he used the Sagittarius constellation, how strong would his strength be? The Black Biao King looked at the Supreme King Meng Tai from afar and laughed proudly. Meng Tai, it seems like your Meng family's trump card is only SO. Huh. All of you are just seeking death. There is still the 10th round. Are you going to admit defeat or send another one to die? It was rare for the Supreme King Meng Tai to be defeated, so the Black Biao King was naturally pleased. Humph. The Supreme King Meng Tai was already very unhappy. After being provoked by the Black Biao King, he was even more furious. He snorted coldly and said, the final round has not yet begun. The outcome of this battle of life and death is hard to say. What are you so proud of now? So what if he wins 9 rounds in a row? If he dies in the 10th round, my Great Yuan Dynasty will still be the winner. When the Black Biao King heard this, he knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai was also not confident in the 10th round. He was even happier and laughed. Then send out that person who is seeking death. What are you afraid of now? Huh. The Supreme King Meng Tai was indeed somewhat hesitant. The person he was supposed to send out for the 10th round was a hidden monstrous genius of the Meng family. He would definitely become a king in the future. If he died in the hands of Yi Xing, it would be a huge loss. However, after being provoked by the Black Biao King, the Supreme King Meng Tai's anger soared to the heavens. He did not consider the probability of victory anymore. He shouted, "Good, this king will let you see the monstrous genius of my Meng family, Yuan Ting. Go and take Yi Xing's dog life. Let him die without a burial ground." The last sentence was said with gritted teeth. It could be seen that the Supreme King Meng Tai's killing intent towards Yi Xing had reached a certain degree. As soon as the Supreme King Meng Tai finished speaking, a 17 or 18-year-old young man walked out of the tower. The young man was wearing a tight black robe with dragon patterns embroidered on it. This was a robe that only the core members of the great Meng royal family could wear. It could be seen that the identity of this young man called Meng Yuanting was not simple. Chapter 665. All the martialists turned to look at Meng Yuanting. They all gasped when they saw that Meng Yuanting was already a 6-star venerable at such a young age. Moreover, it could be seen from the names of the Meng Yuansheng, Meng Yuanjin, and the other sons of the paramount king that Meng Yuanting had the word Yuan in his name, so he should be a figure of the same generation. He was either the son of the paramount king like Meng Yuansheng and Meng Yuanjin, or the son of the paramount king's brother. The paramount king was already more than 600 years old. If his brother wasn't a king, he would have died long ago. Therefore, Meng Yuanting was at least the son of a king. Meng Yuanting stood in front of the paramount king, Meng Tai, and bowed slightly. "Uncle, don't worry. Yi Xing will definitely die in my hands." "Uncle." Meng Yuanting was obviously the son of the paramount king, Meng Tai's brother. There were a total of 2 blood-related brothers with the Supreme King Meng Tai. His elder brother was Meng Jin and his younger brother was Meng Tong. Meng Jin was a 1-star king and had already had several children more than 100 years ago. Meng Tong was a 2-star king and only had one daughter, who was only 18 years old. Kings had a long lifespan of 1,000 years. It was very easy for them to find women, and they could easily obtain any kind of beauty. However, they were very strict with their life partners who had children with them. They weren't casual at all. The status of a king was too high, and it wasn't easy to find a satisfactory life partner. Most kings only had children after a few hundred years. For example, the paramount king Meng Tai was already more than 600 years old. His oldest child was the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, who was only 50 years old. There weren't many children of a king. Those who placed great emphasis on quality would only have 2 or 3 children, and those who had a little more than 10 children. This was because the higher the age, the higher the chance of inheriting a bloodline talent. Therefore, the first 3 children of a king were generally stronger and had a higher chance of inheriting a king's bloodline talent. From the 4th onwards, the chances of becoming a king were very small. Therefore, it could be determined that Meng Yuanting was the son of Meng Tong, and he was the eldest son. The Black Biao King's gaze landed on a 2-star king beside the paramount king. "Meng Tong, is this your son?" Meng Tong chuckled and revealed a proud expression. He said proudly, "That's right. He is my son Meng Yuanting. He is 30 years old this year, and is a peak 6-star venerable. He can defeat more than 90% of 7-star venerables. Hey Biao, what do you think of my son? What are the chances of killing Yi Xing?" Meng Yuanting's destiny was even higher than his father's. He was a 2-star king, and he would definitely become a 2-star king in the future. If he had the opportunity, becoming a 3-star king wouldn't be a problem. Meng Tong was naturally quite satisfied with his son Meng Yuanting. He had such a monstrous son, but he had been secretly training him. Outsiders didn't know about it. It felt like a person who had made a lot of money, but no one knew about it. He had nowhere to show off. Finally, one day the opportunity to show off came. Of course, he smiled like an eggplant, extremely proud. If what Meng Tong said was true, and Meng Yuanting could defeat more than 90% of 7-star venerables, then Meng Yuanting was much stronger than Meng Zhanfeng. Different 7-star venerables had great differences in strength. A peak 7-star venerables couldn't kill ordinary 7-star venerables instantly, but they could easily defeat them in 3 to 5 moves. To be able to defeat more than 90% of 7-star venerables, He naturally had the strength of a peak 7-star venerables. Although Yi Xing had killed Meng Zhanfeng, the result of a battle to the death with a peak 7-star venerables was still hard to predict. Even so, the Black Biao King wouldn't boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. The Black Biao King said, "Your son is indeed not bad. He is a rare genius. Unfortunately, his opponent is Yi Xing, the most monstrous son of the stars in the history of Star Continent. Therefore, your son's chances of victory are 0, but his chances of being killed are 100%. Meng Tong sneered and said, "What do you mean the death of the most monstrous son of the stars in the history of Star Continent? A dead man is nothing. Yuanting, today is a crucial battle for your fame. Go and show everyone your strength." "Yes, father." Meng Yuanting nodded and walked to the top of the array light shield. The Black Biao King went forward and carefully inspected it. Suddenly his face turned cold. He took out a mid-grade profound-grade forbidden weapon from Meng Yuanting's storage ring. Its power was enough to instantly kill a supremacy. Although this forbidden weapon was hidden by an array, the Black Biao King had inspected it very carefully. How could it escape his eyes? The Black Biao King made a grabbing motion with his hand and took out the forbidden artifact. He said, "Meng Tai, didn't we agree that you're not allowed to use forbidden artifacts? Your Meng clan is truly untrustworthy. This forbidden artifact is confiscated." The spectating cultivators were in an uproar. This was a life-and-death battle. All the 2-star forces and above in the Star Continent had sent cultivators to watch. It was indeed a little shameful to use underhanded means in front of so many people. Even the cultivators of the 12 empires of the Middle Sky Continent, who supported the Great Yuan dynasty, lowered their heads at this moment, too embarrassed to defend themselves. The Supreme King Meng Tai's expression did not change. He said, "It's just an item that was forgotten in the storage ring. Is there anything that you can't find deliberately hidden? My Great Yuan dynasty will not do such a stupid thing. If you like this forbidden weapon, I'll give it to you." He said it with a strong sense of righteousness. However, if he was not in the wrong, why would he give the Black Biao King a forbidden weapon for free? There were not many forbidden weapons that could kill a supremacy. They were very precious. With or without the forbidden weapon, it will be easy for me to kill Yi Xing, Meng Yuanting said proudly. Meng Yuanting said proudly. He didn't show any weakness just because the forbidden weapon was found. The Black Biao King was afraid that he would be paralyzed by the forbidden weapon found. He continued to check Meng Yuanting. This time he checked more carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he let Meng Yuanting in. Black hole astrology. As soon as Meng Yuanting entered the light shield of the formation, Yi Xing used the black hole astrology. His murderous intent enveloped Meng Yuanting, instantly causing him to fall into a world of darkness. Meng Yuanting's strength was obviously much stronger than Meng Zhanfeng's. He was a young genius. Yi Xing did not underestimate him at all. He would not let Meng Yuanting gain the upper hand. As soon as he used the black hole astrology, Yi Xing retreated stealthily, distancing himself from Meng Yuanting. Meng Yuanting, who had fallen into a world of darkness, suddenly shot out a bolt of lightning from between his eyebrows. It turned into a huge lightning star in the sky. It was an extremely high-level lightning star. Lightning flashed and dispelled the darkness, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it was no different from daytime. Even if the light within 1,000 meters was a little dim, it was still visible. Ha! Meng Yuanting laughed with a proud expression. His figure flashed as he chased after Yi Xing. He struck out with his palm, and a thunderous explosion sounded. With a flash of lightning, he struck at Yi Xing. Yi Xing, your advantage is not worth mentioning in front of me, Meng Yuanting. You will die without a doubt if I, Meng Yuanting, attack. After I realized that I did not ask for monthly votes, writing is getting more and more boring, and the number of updates is decreasing. Sigh. Readers, do you think this book can still be saved? Do you want to fight for monthly votes so that the number of updates will increase? Chapter 666. Apart from the light element, the one that had the greatest impact on the black hole was the lightning element. Meng Yuanting not only had a lightning element, but it was also an extreme one. This was beyond Yixing's expectations. The dark world of the black hole wasn't affected by Meng Yuanting at all. Therefore, Meng Yuanting's palm accurately hit Yixing. When Meng Yuanting was a 5-star supremacy, he'd already comprehended the power of lightning to the unity of heaven and man. Now his comprehension was even more profound. He wasn't inferior to an 8-star supremacy. In addition, Meng Yuanting's purple lightning palm had been cultivated to greater mastery. Lightning element martial arts were the most violent. Although they had the same martial arts attainment, Meng Yuanting's purple lightning palm was superior to Meng Zhanfeng's Vajra void cleaving blade. Coupled with Meng Yuanting's thunder astral energy, the thunder astral energy of the extreme thunder astral form, and the thunder origin energy gathered from the universe, Meng Yuanting's palm strike was so powerful that most 7-star supremacies couldn't resist it. Boom! Meng Yuanting was too fast. He caught up with Yixing in an instant. With an explosion, purple lightning bloomed from his palm. The power of the purple lightning palm was fully unleashed. Yixing was shocked. The palm exploded in front of the sound of thunder. Just the sound alone made people's hearts tremble instinctively. The palm came so suddenly that Yixing couldn't dodge it in time. He could only face it head-on. The bow in his hand gathered a large amount of dark origin qi. He swung it out instantly, drawing a dark vortex. Yixing had used this move to block Meng Zhanfeng's shocking blade. However, the power of Meng Yuanting's palm was much stronger than Meng Zhanfeng's blade technique. The dark vortex collapsed instantly. Bang! The palm imprint with purple lightning slammed onto the crow-profound bow. With an explosive sound, the bow was bent down by the impact. Yixing spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot backward like a cannonball. The bow in his hand almost flew out. In the blink of an eye, Yixing was blasted back several hundred meters. His body crashed into a mountain, creating a deep crater and cracks all around him. Hiss! The spectating martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air. After Yixing killed Meng Zhanfeng, everyone had a clear understanding of Yixing's strength. They knew that Yixing was completely capable of fighting a 7-star supremacy head-on. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Meng Yuanting? Merely the might of this palm strike was sufficient to prove that Meng Yuanting's strength was absolutely at the top amongst 7-star Exalt Lords, and it was difficult to find a match for him. Ordinary 7-star Exalted Lords were no match for such an expert. They could easily defeat him in 3 to 5 moves. Not all martial artists knew that Yixing had the Sagittarius constellation. When they saw Yixing being easily sent flying by Meng Yuanting's palm strike, their hopes for Yixing were immediately extinguished. They believed that Yixing would die without a doubt. Even though Yixing's archery was divine, it had taken a lot of effort for him to kill Meng Zhanfeng. Meng Yuanting's strength was far beyond Meng Zhanfeng's. Even if Yixing shot him from a distance, he couldn't do anything to Meng Yuanting. Moreover, Meng Yuanting's attack speed was extremely fast. Yixing probably wouldn't even have the chance to draw his bow and shoot. Meng Yuanting's palm strike had sent Yixing flying. His body also shook slightly. The rebound force was extremely strong, and it would be difficult to resolve without taking a few steps back. However, Meng Yuanting was proud and arrogant. He didn't want others to know that he would be pushed back by Yixing's power. He immediately circulated his astral energy and rooted himself to the ground like a nail. He forcibly resisted the rebounding force. If Meng Yuanting took a few steps back, not only would it be easier to resolve the rebound force, but it would also take much less time. He didn't retreat at all, and it took 2 full breaths of time for the rebound force to be resolved. Yixing, you're just so. You don't even have the chance to draw your bow and shoot in front of me, Meng Yuanting. Meng Yuanting shouted and continued to rush toward Yixing like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Lightning flashed as Meng Yuanting used the purple lightning rushing palm. His palm strike was earth-shattering. Whoosh! Just as Meng Yuanting's palm spat out purple lightning and was about to hit the depression in the mountain, a phantom flashed out. Yixing used all his strength to gather the wind elemental energy and unleashed the 9 heavens astral wander technique to its limit. He managed to escape the attack at the last moment. Boom! The purple lightning rushing thunder palm hit the mountain peak, and the sound shook the sky. The whole mountain cracked and collapsed. This palm strike could have severely injured Yixing and forced Yixing to dragon form. However, because it was a moment too slow, Yixing avoided it. Even if the mountain collapsed, it was useless. If Meng Yuanting had taken advantage of the situation and retreated instead of standing still and forcefully taking the attack, the speed of the palm strike would have been faster. Yixing definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Whoosh! A ray of starlight rushed up from Yixing's forehead and turned into a huge bow using the Sagittarius constellation. At this moment, there was still blood at the corner of Yixing's mouth. He had seen Meng Yuanting's strength, and there was no way he could compete with him without using the Sagittarius constellation. When the Sagittarius constellation appeared, Yixing had already drawn the black crow bow. Starlight gathered, and an arrow quickly took shape. Meng Yuanting was furious when his second palm strike missed. His figure flickered like lightning, and in an instant, he changed direction and pounced on Yixing. "I'll take your life with 3 palms." Meng Yuanting shouted, and his strength erupted to the limit. This was the ultimate move of the purple lightning rushing palm, and its power was even greater than the first and second palm strikes. The dazzling lightning bloomed with light that couldn't be looked at directly. Its power was shocking. Many 7-star supremacies watching the battle couldn't help but shrink their necks. The power of this palm strike terrified them. If they faced it head-on, they might be killed by this palm strike. "Have a taste of my archery," Yixing shouted as the starlight arrow on the black crow bow took shape. The power of his archery had already reached the level of a 7-star supremacy, and Meng Zhanfeng had died under his arrow. Now, with the power of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of his archery skyrocketed. Even though Meng Yuanting's strength could be considered the strongest among 7-star supremacies, Yixing wasn't afraid at all. Boom! The dazzling purple lightning palm strike and the dazzling starlight arrow were both extremely fast. As soon as the two finished speaking, they had already collided with a deafening explosion. The lightning and starlight exploded like a ball of light, instantly spreading in all directions. In an instant, only a dazzling light was left. Yixing and Meng Yuanting's bodies shook at the same time. They each felt the terrifying power of the other's attack, and their bodies retreated at the same time. In the blink of an eye, both of them retreated nearly 1,000 meters away, gasping for breath at the same time. The two looked at each other from afar. Meng Yuanting's eyes were full of shock, while Yixing's lips curled up slightly. His expression was calm and full of confidence. Chapter 667. Yixing's archery skills were superb and focused on variations. He could change 7 times at will, and it was impossible to guard against him. The power of his archery alone was not inferior to Meng Yuanting's strength. Yixing was naturally full of confidence in this battle. He didn't even need to use his dragon form to win. However, Meng Yuanting couldn't believe that Yixing, who had been unable to withstand a single blow from him a moment ago, actually had the strength to face him head-on. Even though Meng Yuanting already knew that Yixing had the Sagittarius constellation astrology, the power of the astrology didn't account for much of Yixing's strength. The reason why Yixing's strength could be compared to a 7-star supremacy was because he was strong in all aspects. In other words, Yixing's strength had been raised to a level that was close to the limit. At this level, it was very difficult to raise one's strength any further. Even if one was stronger in a certain aspect, one's strength wouldn't be able to make much progress. In fact, Meng Yuanting's idea wasn't wrong. However, he had underestimated the power of the Sagittarius constellation astrology. If it was an extreme grade astrology, Yixing would already have an extreme grade flame astrology, so its power wouldn't increase much. Even a sacred grade astrology wouldn't be able to increase Yixing's strength by much. However, the Sagittarius constellation astrology was a paramount grade astrology. Furthermore, it was a combat-type paramount grade astrology. Even though Yixing's strength had exceeded his cultivation by 4 levels, and was already extremely abnormal, the Sagittarius constellation astrology still made his strength soar. He went from an ordinary 7-star supremacy to a peak 7-star supremacy. Although the Sagittarius constellation astrology could only increase Yixing's strength by a 7-star supremacy, it didn't mean that the Sagittarius constellation astrology wasn't strong. The The scope of the increase to Yixing's strength was small because Yixing's strength had already been raised to an extremely high level due to various reasons. If Yixing's basic strength was at the 3rd star supremacy level, then, using the Sagittarius constellation astrology, he could kill a 6-star supremacy in one fell swoop. It wouldn't be difficult to kill an enemy that was 3 levels above him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided and were both sent flying backwards. By the time the two of them stabilized their bodies, only the blink of an eye had passed. Yixing continued to draw his bow as he retreated. When he stopped, he had already drawn the Wu Xian bow. Starlight arrows gathered and locked onto Meng Yuanting from afar. Meng Yuanting, who was shocked, was full of fear for Yixing's arrow. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Yixing. Lightning slowly bloomed on Meng Yuanting's body. More and more lightning energy gathered on his body, and his power grew stronger. Yixing narrowed his eyes. Meng Yuanting was accumulating his strength. If he was allowed to continue accumulating his strength, it would be far more powerful than his usual attack when he erupted. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yixing shot out the starlight arrow in his hand. The dazzling arrow flew like a meteor and instantly arrived in front of Meng Yuanting. Purple lightning flashed in Meng Yuanting's hand. He slapped out and shattered the starlight arrow. His body swayed slightly. The two of them had collided with each other at high speed. Their feet hadn't touched the ground, and their footing had been unstable. Therefore, both of them had been sent flying by the recoil. Now Meng Yuanting's legs were rooted to the ground. It was impossible for the power of the arrow to send him flying again. The power of this arrow caused Meng Yuanting's power to pause and even decrease slightly. However, it didn't affect Meng Yuanting's momentum of accumulating strength. Meng Yuanting still didn't rush to counterattack. He kept drawing the lightning energy in the universe. This method of greatly increasing his strength was simply beyond the scope of ordinary martial arts. Meng Yuanting should have used a secret technique. If he fully released the power of this secret technique, he would erupt with the strength of an 8-star supremacy. Yixing continued to draw his bow and shoot. Although the arrow was fast, Meng Yuanting was as fast as lightning. No matter how fast the arrow was, he could block it. Therefore, Yixing's second arrow changed direction continuously in the void, catching Meng Yuanting off guard. No matter how confident Meng Yuanting was in his accumulated strength, he didn't dare to let the starlight arrow hit him directly. Therefore, it was necessary to block the attack of the starlight arrow. He could block the arrow with a raise of his hand. However, when the arrow kept changing direction, Meng Yuanting was in a difficult position. The arrow of 7 changes of heart could change direction 7 times in the void. This kind of change was irregular. Before the next change of direction, Meng Yuanting could not predict which direction the arrow would come from. With Yixing's attainments in archery, once the arrow changed direction, it wouldn't be easy to block it. Meng Yuanting had to focus all his energy on Yixing's starlight arrow and defend with all his strength. Bang! As a lightning-attributed warrior, Meng Yuanting was faster than Meng Zhanfeng. He could accurately block the 7 changes arrow. However, Meng Yuanting was fully focused on blocking the arrow of starlight, so it was difficult for him to maintain the secret technique. Normally, he could multitask, but in this state, the arrow of starlight had attracted all his attention. He didn't dare to relax at all. Once he relaxed, he would be shot by the arrow and his life would be in danger. Bang! 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 Yixing drew his bow and shot 10 arrows in a row, but they were all blocked by Meng Yuanting. Although the arrows of the 7 changes of heart suppressed Meng Yuanting, it was very difficult to kill him. Seeing that Yixing kept shooting starlight arrows, Meng Yuanting simply dispersed his secret technique and focused on blocking the arrow attack. He shouted, "Your arrows can't do anything to me. Let's see how many times you can draw the bow. When you run out of strength, it will be the time for you to die." The Wuxuan bow was a medium-grade bow. With Yixing's strength, he couldn't even draw the Wuxuan bow into a full moon. Continuously drawing the bow was indeed very exhausting. Yixing couldn't hold on for too long. However, Yixing did not stop at all as he fired arrow after arrow. It was indeed difficult for him to draw the bow for too long. However, Meng Yuanting was also in danger when blocking the starlight arrow. If he was careless and was hit by the arrow, he would die. Besides, Yixing still had the Divine Dragon's Blood Essence as his trump card. Even if he was exhausted, Yixing could still kill Meng Yuanting by activating the Divine Dragon's Blood Essence in his body and dragonizing his body. Since there were no worries, Yixing shot arrows without any scruples. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. In this state of intense battle, every part of his body was very active. His body's potential was much higher than when he was quietly cultivating. When Yixing shot arrows with all his heart, his fusion with the bow and arrow, and his understanding of archery soared rapidly, far surpassing his usual cultivation. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Yixing only had one thought in his mind, and that was to try to kill Meng Yuanting before his body was exhausted. As for dragonizing his body, no one knew about this trump card. He would try not to use it if he could. Please give me a few monthly votes. Please give me some motivation. I want to work hard starting tomorrow. Please stimulate me and try to get 6 votes tomorrow. Chapter 668. Drawing a mid-grade profound bow required a great amount of strength. Drawing the bow once also consumed a lot of physical strength and astral power. Meng Yuanting thought that Yixing would be exhausted after drawing the bow for a dozen or so times. By then, killing Yixing would be a piece of cake. However, Meng Yuanting was wrong. Yixing was still full of energy even after drawing the bow dozens of times. Starlight arrows were shot out one after another, each with astonishing power. This shocked Meng Yuanting. Even a 7-star supremacy would find it difficult to draw a mid-grade profound bow dozens of times. Although Yixing's strength had reached the level of a 7-star supremacy, the strength of his astral energy was far inferior. However, Yixing was still full of energy even after drawing the mid-grade profound bow dozens of times. His physical strength was far greater than a 7-star supremacy's. Of course, Meng Yuanting was shocked. The main reason why Yixing was able to draw the bow so many times was because of his physical body. His dark star mystic body had been cultivated to the small success stage. His pure physical strength was equivalent to a 6-star venerable's strength. Coupled with his astral energy, he was naturally not inferior to a 7-star venerable's. A 7-star High Lord's physical strength was far inferior to Yixing's. Drawing a bow consumed astral energy, so the number of times he could draw a middle-grade profound bow was limited. But Yixing's physical body was powerful, so he could draw a bow with plenty of astral energy to spare. As long as he didn't run out of energy, he could continue drawing the bow. The 7 transformations of starlight arrows were constantly changing directions. Meng Yuanting was barely able to defend himself under the attack of the arrows. He couldn't counterattack. The power of the arrows was enough to threaten Meng Yuanting's life. Any accident could lead to his death. Meng Yuanting didn't dare to relax. Seeing Yixing continuously draw the bow, Meng Yuanting cried bitterly in his heart. Although he blocked every arrow that Yixing shot, he wasn't confident that he could block every arrow after that. This feeling of lingering on the edge of life and death was very frightening. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk Yixing drew the bow again and again. Starlight arrows were shot continuously. Soon hundreds of arrows were shot. With regards to Yixing's physical strength, the martial artists who were watching the battle outside the light barrier were all astonished. He was only a 3-star venerable, but he was actually able to continuously draw a medium-grade profound bow over 100 times. How strong was his physique? Even 5-star supremacies or 6-star supremacies who specialized in physical strength couldn't draw the bow so many times, let alone a 3-star supremacies. Yixing should be exhausted by now. He's already drawn his bow more than 100 times. Meng Yuanting's mind's mind. Of course Meng will of mind. Of Yi. They didn't know that at this moment, Yixing was completely immersed in drawing the bow. Every time he drew the bow and shot out an arrow, Yixing would have a profound understanding. His attainments in archery and the degree of the unity of man and weapon were both improving rapidly. He was overjoyed, and the more he drew the bow, the more excited he became. How could he feel exhausted at all? At this moment, Yixing even restrained his killing intent. He was wholeheartedly immersed in his comprehension of archery. Every arrow was not shot to kill, but to pursue the pursuit of archery in his heart. This was pure archery. It went straight to the heart. Yi Xing was in a mysterious state. Not thinking. Every time he shot an arrow, he had a deeper understanding and comprehension of archery. At the same time, Meng Yuanting, who had blocked hundreds of starlight arrows in a row, calmed down after the initial anxiety and fear. He realized that every time he blocked the starlight arrow, he would feel as if he was walking on the edge of life and death. Although it was terrifying, it also caused his body's potential to be fully unleashed. As he executed the purple lightning rushing palm, his heart was instantly enlightened. It was extremely mysterious. Meng Yuanting found that in this state of hovering between life and death, his comprehension of martial arts was excellent. If this continued, he would very likely reach the unity of man and weapon with the gloves on his hand, and become a grandmaster weaponsmith. Once he became a grandmaster weaponsmith, his martial attainments would immediately soar. His power would multiply, and he would probably erupt with the strength of an 8-star venerable lord. Meng Yuanting was excited. If he could erupt with the strength of an 8-star venerable lord, it would be easy to kill Yi Xing and Meng Yuanting. One continuously shot arrows, while the other used palm techniques to defend. Both of them were in a mysterious state where their comprehension of martial arts was extremely fast. The more they fought, the happier they were. As Meng Yuanting's martial attainments grew higher and higher, it became easier and easier for him to resist the arrow of starlight. On the other hand, if Yi Xing's understanding of archery didn't have a qualitative breakthrough, the attack power of the arrow of starlight didn't increase significantly. Under these circumstances, Meng Yuanting would definitely gain the upper hand. At this time, Meng Yuanting no longer hoped that Yi Xing would be exhausted. Instead, he hoped that Yi Xing could continue shooting arrows and keep him in a life-or-death situation. Only in this state could he hope to become one with the weapon and become a grandmaster weaponsmith. A 6-star venerable weaponsmith. Meng Yuanting was very excited at the thought of it. Master weaponsmiths were extremely rare. Besides Yi Xing, there was no other weaponsmith below master in the Star Continent. And he, Meng Yuanting, would become the second. When Yi Xing killed him again, Meng Yuanting would be the only one. At the thought of this, Meng Yuanting felt extremely comfortable. Even his soul was trembling with joy. This state of extreme comfort allowed Meng Yuanting to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and the speed of his martial Dao comprehension was much faster. Yi Xing did not disappoint Meng Yuanting. Even though he had shot the bow hundreds of times, Yi Xing was still full of energy. He continued shooting starlight arrows one after another. 150 arrows, 200 arrows. When Yi Xing shot 200 arrows in a row, the warriors watching the battle were completely shocked and dumbfounded. Was his body made of iron? Tireless. The warriors were puzzled and shocked. In fact, Yi Xing had used up a lot of energy after shooting the bow 200 times in a row. He was very tired. However, he had been in a state of excitement and wholeheartedly pursued a higher level of archery. He had completely ignored the exhaustion of his body. When Yi Xing shot 200 times in a row, Yi Xing's comprehension of archery finally had a qualitative breakthrough. His mental power improved again, reaching the 8th level. 8th level of mental power, 8 changes of archery. At this moment, Yi Xing's soul was trembling with pleasure. He was in a state of wholeheartedly pursuing pure archery. The feeling of having a breakthrough in archery was too strong. Yi Xing's lips curled up, revealing a proud smile. He drew the bow again. Chapter 669. Whoosh. The starlight arrow, which contained the power of the 8 transformations of heart, shot out. The dazzling arrow of starlight changed its direction in an instant, continuously changing directions in the void. Meng Yuanting didn't know that Yi Xing's arrow was different from the previous 200 arrows. He had a confident smile on his face. Meng Yuanting didn't take the 7 transformations of heart seriously. After the starlight arrow changed direction 7 times, purple lightning flashed in Meng Yuanting's palm, and he slapped the starlight arrow. As his fusion with the gloves increased, his attainment in the purple thunderbolt palm also increased. It was more powerful, and it was easy for him to shatter the starlight arrow. However, whoosh! The arrow, which had changed direction 7 times, didn't shoot directly at Meng Yuanting. Suddenly, it changed direction again, and shot at Meng Yuanting from another angle. The purple thunderbolt palm missed and blasted into the distance, but the starlight arrow flashed by the edge of the palm. How was this possible? Meng Yuanting's confident expression instantly turned into horror. The arrow had changed direction 8 times, which was beyond Meng Yuanting's expectations. Meng Yuanting didn't have time to block the starlight arrow a second time. Thud. The starlight arrow easily penetrated Meng Yuanting's thunderbolt star shield and shot into Meng Yuanting's throat. The starlight arrow pierced through Meng Yuanting's entire neck, and the tip of the arrow came out from the back of his neck. The terrifying power exploded in Meng Yuanting's throat, leaving a thumb-sized bloody hole. Blood spurted out like an arrow. Hiss. All the martial artists watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Xing and Meng Yuanting, one shooting arrows and the other defending, had already fought for 200 rounds. They were evenly matched, and Meng Yuanting's defense was getting easier and easier. It seemed that he was going to counterattack Yi Xing. But suddenly, Yi Xing shot an arrow through Meng Yuanting's throat. How was this possible? This result had never occurred to any of the martial artists present. It had completely exceeded their expectations. Who among them wasn't dumbfounded? Good. The Black Biao King, who had been paying full attention to the battle, shouted excitedly when he saw that Meng Yuanting's throat had been pierced. The battle was over. The Dark Star Sect's experts were shocked, but they were more excited and overjoyed. As for the Deyuan dynasty's warriors, their faces turned pale. They were shocked and in disbelief. The Daryuan dynasty had successively sent out 10 mid-level Exalt Realm experts for this life and death gambit. Amongst them were existences that were invincible in the same realm like Meng Qianqiu and Meng Zhongshan. There was also an existence like Meng Zhanfeng who could contend against a 7-star Exalt Lord. There was even a monstrous genius like Meng Yuanting who was stronger than 90% of 7-star Exalt Lords. However, he was still defeated. Even Meng Yuanting, a peak 7-star supremacy and a king's son, had his throat pierced by Yi Xing's arrow. How could this great Yuan dynasty martial artist dare to believe everything before his eyes? Yuan Ting, Meng Yuanting's father, Meng Tong, a 2-star king, suddenly stood up and roared the moment Meng Yuanting was shot. Meng Tong rushed toward Meng Yuanting as fast as lightning, but he was blocked by the formation. Father, save me. Meng Yuanting, who had been shot in the throat, immediately covered his throat. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the tower of the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuanting was too fast. He reached the edge of the formation in the blink of an eye. However, the space of the formation was limited by the restriction of the formation. Although Meng Yuanting and his father Meng Tong were only separated by a layer of restriction, it was like a heavenly stream that couldn't be crossed. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot an arrow. Meng Yuanting ran away in fear. He had lost all ability to resist. The arrow didn't change at all. It went straight into the back of Meng Yuanting's head. The tip of the arrow pierced through the space between Meng Yuanting's eyebrows. Meng Yuanting's frightened eyes were filled with hope. He reached out to grab Meng Tong, who was outside the restriction formation. The arrow of starlight that suddenly shot into his mind instantly destroyed all of Meng Yuanting's consciousness. The light in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his body fell to the ground. Yuanting! Meng Tong let out a shrill roar as he glared at Yi Xing with eyes as sharp as knives. There was a crazed look in his eyes as he roared. Little bastard, this king will tear you to pieces and let you die without a burial place. Without a burial place. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out. It was Meng Tong attacking Yi Xing in a frenzy. His palm strikes were blocked by the formation, and the explosions shook the heavens. As a 2-star king, Meng Tong's strength was terrifying. Even a level 5 formation trembled violently under his attacks. Yi Xing quickly retreated to the side of the Dark Star Sect's tower. The Dark Star Sect's formation had opened an entrance, but the Deyuan dynasty's formation was still closed, not letting Yi Xing out. The Black Tiger King signaled the other kings of the Dark Star Sect with his eyes. They all stood up and prepared for battle. The Black Tiger King looked at the Supreme King Meng Tai and said loudly, Meng Tai, All the martial artists in the 5 continents of the Star Continent witnessed this life and death duel with their own eyes. Yi Xing won. Meng Tai, don't do anything that will disgrace the Meng family in front of everyone. Let Yi Xing out. The Supreme King Meng Tai stood up. Meng Yuanting was his nephew, and he would definitely become a king in the future. Meng Yuanting's death had infuriated the Supreme King. The Supreme King Meng Tai shouted, "You're right. This little bastard did win this life and death duel. But when did I say that he could leave alive after winning? No matter if he wins or loses this life and death duel, he is someone that my De Yuan dynasty must kill. Whoever dares to dance with this little bastard will be my De Yuan dynasty's mortal enemy. The De Yuan dynasty will kill him without mercy." If he could kill Yi Xing in this life and death duel, it would be the best outcome for the Supreme King Meng Tai. However, the Supreme King Meng Tai had already prepared for the worst. If Yi Xing won this life and death duel, he wouldn't let Yi Xing leave. The 10 mid-level martial supremacies of the great Meng royal family were all defeated by Yi Xing. They all lost their lives. This had already caused the De Yuan dynasty to lose a lot of face and prestige. At this moment, the Supreme King Meng Tai couldn't care less about face. As long as Yi Xing was alive, he would have lost his face and prestige for nothing. However, as long as he could kill Yi Xing, the De Yuan dynasty would still be stable. Their face and prestige would naturally return. Therefore, the Supreme King Meng Tai was determined to kill Yi Xing today. He swore that he would not give up until he killed Yi Xing. Even if he was under the watchful eyes of all the martial artists from the 5 continents of the Star Continent, he would still disregard his reputation and kill Yi Xing. Today Yi Xing must die. An intense killing intent burst out from the Supreme King Meng Tai's eyes. Chapter 670. Why Yi Xing had challenged the 10 mid-level supremacies of the great Meng royal family. In the eyes of the martial artists, this was a weak challenge. In the beginning, the martial artists had viewed this challenge as a suicidal one. Now Yi Xing had won this life and death battle with great difficulty. However, the paramount King Meng Tai had not let him go. Instead, he had taken the opportunity to trap Yi Xing in a formation with the intention of killing him. It was indeed sinister and vicious. Although the martial artists all thought so, none of them dared to say it out loud. Although the Great Yuan dynasty had lost its prestige today, it was still a colossus. In the martial artists' hearts, there was only a seed that the Great Yuan dynasty might fail. However, it was impossible for them to rebel against the Great Yuan dynasty immediately. The only one who dared to oppose the Great Yuan dynasty was the Dark Star sect. The paramount King Meng Tai had prepared for the worst. Naturally, the Black Biao King had also considered this situation and had a way to deal with it. The Black Biao King gave Elder Ling Daochen a look. Then he looked at the paramount King Meng Tai and laughed. "Meng Tai, you really made me look down on you today. In life, being enemies because of different standpoints is the fate of the heavens. There is no choice. However, how to conduct oneself depends on one's heart. Someone who is open and aboveboard with a magnanimous heart. Even if he is an enemy, I still admire him. Sinister, vicious, and cunning people, regardless of whether they are friends or foes, I deeply despise them. Meng Tai, I originally thought that you were a hero of the present age. Now it seems that you are just a sinister, vicious, and cunning person." The Black Tiger King's voice reverberated in all directions. All the martial artists heard it clearly. This was a huge blow to the paramount King Meng Tai's prestige. Boom! Just as the Black Biao King finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion. This sound was 10 times louder than the sound of Meng Tong attacking the formation. The formation near the Tower of the Dark Star sect suddenly exploded. A monstrous wave of air rose into the sky like a mushroom cloud. The Dark Star sect's level 5 formation master, Ling Daochen, had long since made preparations. He had set up several small-scale formations near the formation. At this moment, Ling Daochen had activated all of these formations. Each formation affected and repelled each other, causing them to explode. The resulting power was shocking, and was even more terrifying than the attack of a 4-star king. On the side, the formation that enveloped Yi Xing was naturally torn apart by the terrifying explosion. As the qi surged, the Black Biao King charged in and grabbed Yi Xing. Since the Great Yuan dynasty's formations and restrictions had been destroyed, the Dark Star sect's formations and restrictions would naturally be destroyed as well. Yi Xing was already like a turtle in a jar. Now that the Dark Star sect had destroyed it, the paramount King Meng Tai was furious. Whoosh! A resplendent saber aura flashed out and sliced the void into two. The moment the utmost King Meng Tai struck out, he slashed out at Yi Xing. The Black Biao King punched out, and the Black Fist aura shattered the saber aura. He shouted, "Retreat!" The Dark Star sect's strength was inferior to the Great Yuan dynasty's. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Of course, they would not clash head-on with the Great Yuan dynasty. The utmost King Meng Tai grabbed Yi Xing and retreated quickly. However, the moment the utmost King Meng Tai attacked, the king of the Great Yuan dynasty had already charged forward. When the king attacked, the distance of 10 miles was as short as a ruler. His figure moved, and he instantly flew 10 miles across the void. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle flapped their wings and retreated continuously, flying into the distance. Once the battle began, they did not even dare to look at it. They hurriedly fled. Otherwise, a random stream of astral energy would be enough to instantly kill any perfected one. Some of the more powerful astral energies might not even be able to resist venerable ones. The Dark Star sect had already made preparations to retreat. Moreover, the kings who had mobilized this time were not weak. 8 kings joined forces and blocked the opponent's attacks before retreating to their temporary stronghold. Ling Daochen hurriedly activated the teleportation formation. There were about 20 kings on the other side. Even a level 5 formation would not be able to withstand their combined attacks for long. The Black Biao King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings still relied on the formation to fight the opponent and weaken the opponent's attack. Only when the teleportation array was completely activated did everyone abandon their defenses and enter the teleportation array. Soon, the teleportation formation emitted a resplendent light, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky. When the utmost King Meng Tai led the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty to break the formation outside the temporary stronghold, the resplendent pillar of light in the teleportation formation had already disappeared. The people of the Dark Star sect had successfully reached another teleportation formation, and the entire temporary stronghold was empty. This was a temporary teleportation formation, and Ling Daochen had already set up a means to destroy it. When the pillar of light disappeared, the teleportation formation directly shattered and could no longer be used. It was impossible to continue chasing through this teleportation formation. Bastard! Damn little bastard! 2-star King Meng Tong crazily attacked the empty temporary stronghold, and some buildings were even flattened to the ground to vent the anger in his heart. The utmost King Meng Tai's face was gloomy, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was extremely depressed. Yi Xing had escaped back to the Dark Star sect, and the chances of killing Yi Xing were slim. Putting aside the fact that the utmost King Meng Tai did not know where the Dark Star sect was located, even if he did, the headquarters of the Dark Star sect was not like this temporary stronghold. After thousands of years of development, it was unknown how many level 5 formations were protecting it. Even if the utmost King Meng Tai led the kings to attack, they might not be able to break through. Today, the great Meng royal family had lost a lot of face, and the paramount King Meng Tai's personal prestige had also been greatly damaged. In addition, Yi Xing, the demon star, had yet to be eliminated. The future of the Great Yuan dynasty was filled with worry, and the paramount King Meng Tai was only left with frustration. Dark Star Sect, Teleportation Palace. Yi Xing, the Black Biao King, and the other experts of the Dark Star Sect walked out of the teleportation formation. Ha ha ha, the Meng family suffered a great loss today. Awesome, super awesome. Yi Xing, good job. As expected of a demon star in a chaotic era. From now on, you will grow up in the Dark Star Sect. The Dark Star Sect will protect you, and will not let you be harmed by the Great Yuan dynasty. Today is too awesome. Yi Xing is the nemesis of the Meng family's martial artists. Haha. Looks like the future of the Great Yuan dynasty will indeed end in Yi Xing's hands. This life and death gambling match was watched by martial artists from all 5 continents. The result will soon spread throughout the entire star continent. Meng Tai and the Meng family will be disgraced. Although they were happy before, the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty were eyeing them covetously. Everyone had been suppressing their emotions. Now that they had returned to the Dark Star sect, the experts were completely relaxed. They all laughed heartily, extremely happy. Yi Xing naturally became the focus of the experts. They all patted Yi Xing's shoulder and praised Yi Xing without restraint. Their attitude had undergone a huge change compared to before the battle. Before the life and death gambling match, other than the Black Biao King, the experts of the Dark Star sect did not have much confidence in Yi Xing. But now Yi Xing used facts to prove his strength. Chapter 671. Yi Xing and Meng Yuanting had fought a great battle. They had shot more than 200 times in a row, which had consumed a lot of stamina. After returning to the Dark Star sect, Yi Xing didn't have much time to celebrate his victory. Instead, he took a profound grade recovery pill and went into seclusion to adjust his breathing. At the same time, he had to reflect on this battle. During the battle, Yi Xing could feel that Meng Yuanting had been restless and anxious at the beginning, but later on he had calmed down. Meng Yuanting's attainment in martial arts had grown higher and higher. Clearly, he was using his arrows to cultivate martial arts. Even so, Yi Xing didn't stop shooting. Instead, he transformed into a dragon to kill Meng Yuanting. Yi Xing was very confident in his comprehension ability. Both of them were in a profound state of comprehension. Yi Xing was confident that he would be the first to make a breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xing didn't have any distractions. He wholeheartedly immersed himself in archery, completely ignoring his exhaustion. In the end, Yi Xing won. His archery was the first to make a breakthrough, reaching the 8 transformations of heart. It immediately disrupted Meng Yuanting's defense, causing the latter to suffer heavy injuries and lose his life. Thinking back on this battle, Yi Xing had gained a lot. His comprehension of archery had become even more consolidated. After this battle, Yi Xing finally felt the barrier to the 4th level of astral reaching realm. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 4th star venerable realm. Breaking through to the 4th star venerable realm was a breakthrough from low level to mid-level venerable. It was much more difficult than breaking through to the 2nd or 3rd star venerable realm. It probably wouldn't happen in a day or two. He would need a quiet environment to break through slowly. After recovering his stamina, Black Tiger King calculated the time and came to find him. In the courtyard where Yi Xing lived, there were stone tables and stone chairs beside the pond. Yi Xing and Black Tiger King sat opposite each other. The Black Tiger King's face was ruddy, and he was in high spirits. Clearly, he was in an extremely good mood. He said, "Brother Yi Xing, you've completely become famous in this life and death gamble. I dare say that everyone in the entire Dark Star Church is discussing this battle. There's no one who isn't shocked by your performance." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "It's good that we won this battle, but it's not that big of a deal. Killing the Supreme King Meng Tai and destroying the Great Yuan Empire is the real deal." The Black Biao King chuckled and said, "It's a good thing that you haven't lost your head from victory. However, you're wrong. You've won this battle, so it's definitely a big deal. This is a battle of extraordinary significance." Who would have thought that the Meng family actually had experts like Meng Zhanfeng and Meng Yuanting, who were secretly nurtured? But even if Meng Tai took out one trump card after another, you still won. The influence of this battle is too great. Before long, all the martial artists in the entire star continent will hear about this battle. The Great Yuan Empire's fortune will be completely overturned by this battle. Yi Xing said, "I don't care about the influence of other parties. As long as the Dark Star Church's experts don't make things difficult for Brother Black Biao, it's fine." The Black Tiger King thumped his chest loudly and said, "Haha, in the past, there were some who didn't believe in the demon star of troubled times. However, Brother Yi Xing, your performance has already stunned them and thoroughly slapped them in the face. Now, who still doesn't believe that you are the demon star of troubled times? Because this brother of mine recognized you early on, they have praised me to the point of deification. Everyone says that my insight is as sharp as a mirror, haha. Haha. Yixing also laughed. Compared to the Dark Star Church, he was an outsider. Now, it seemed that he could be accepted into the Dark Star Church, and the Black Biao King would no longer be in a difficult situation. Yixing said, Brother Black Biao, I've sensed the barrier to the 4th level of astral reaching realm. I'll be in seclusion for a period of time, and break through to the 4th star before coming out. Joy appeared in the Black Biao King's eyes as he said, So soon? You're about to break through to the 4th star? How good. Yixing's cultivation had increased much faster than the Black Biao King had expected. Now that he was about to break through again, the Black Biao King was naturally incomparably happy. The Black Biao King's smile disappeared as he said, Yixing, from your performance in the life and death battle, you seem to be a fist master, spear master, and archery master? Yixing nodded. The Black Biao King said with a serious expression, This proves that your martial talent is extremely monstrous, and your comprehension is exceptional. However, you're cultivating 3 weapons at the same time. Man and weapon as one is not good. Yixing said, I'd like to hear the details. The Black Biao King said, The cultivation of martial Tao is endless. What's important is quality, not quantity. Man and weapon as one is not the end of martial Tao. Therefore, your goal should be higher, and not just man and weapon as one. Yixing nodded. I know. After man and weapon as one can comprehend martial intent. The Black Biao King said, Correct. Only by comprehending martial intent can one be truly powerful. As the saying goes, if you comprehend one method, you comprehend 10,000 methods. If your sword Tao is man and weapon as one, then the weapons you use won't be too bad. Therefore, regarding martial Tao cultivation, the most taboo is to advance simultaneously. Rather than 3 martial arts, man and weapon as one, it's better to focus on one. As long as you comprehend martial intent, even if you use other weapons, the power will be more formidable than man and weapon as one. Yixing immediately understood. He said, Brother Black Biao, what you mean is that as long as I comprehend arrow intent, whether it is a saber, sword, spear, or gloves, the power will surpass man and weapon as one? The Black Biao King nodded, Correct. A martial intent is an extremely pure martial intent, without the slightest flaw. You have 3 weapons as man and weapon as one, and your martial Tao is not pure. Under the influence of each other, the difficulty of comprehending a martial intent will multiply. The difficulty of comprehending a martial intent is already extremely high. If the difficulty is doubled, then the chances of you comprehending a martial intent before you reach the king realm are minuscule. However, if you cultivate a single martial Tao, and purely focus on your heart of martial Tao, then I believe that with your perception, it's very likely that you will create a legend in the star continent. Before you reach the king realm, you will comprehend a martial intent. A martial intent represents a martial Tao accomplishment. After you reach the king realm, the degree to which you comprehend a martial intent is extremely important to your martial Tao cultivation. If you are one step ahead, then you will always be ahead. Yixing's eyes brightened. He said, Because it's very easy for me to cultivate martial arts, I also cultivated archery, spear, and fist techniques because I felt that I wouldn't waste any time. But now, it seems that although it hasn't affected my martial Tao cultivation, it has affected the purity of my martial Tao. In my heart, the path of archery is my favorite. Then from now on, I will not focus on archery, and will walk the path of pure archery. The Black Biao King said, The path of archery is a special martial Tao. Even an ordinary person can use a bow and arrow to kill someone several times stronger than them, and martial artists are even more so. But the path of archery requires too much skill. It requires an extremely high perception, as well as an innate interest. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve anything. Therefore, although the path of archery is strong, there are very few martial artists that cultivate it. There is no problem with your perception, and you also have an interest in archery. It's hard to imagine that if you had comprehended arrow intent before you reached the king realm, then after you reached the king realm, just how powerful would your archery be? Chapter 672. Yi Xing was looking forward to how powerful his archery skills would be after he comprehended arrow intent. With Yi Xing's current archery skills, it was sufficient to take a person's life from 20 to 30 miles away. If he became a king and comprehended arrow intent, wouldn't he be able to take a person's life from over 100 miles away with a single arrow? To a king, a distance of 10 miles might be a short distance, but 100 miles was still a very far distance. It was difficult to cross in 3 to 5 breaths. At that time, Yi Xing's archery skills would appear and disappear unpredictably even to a king. Killing a king would be as easy as flipping his hand. Yi Xing withdrew the longing in his heart and said, "Brother Black Tiger, is the comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth the same as the martial Tao? I also comprehended 3 grand momentum of heaven and earth at the same time." The Black Tiger King shook his head and said, "That's not the case. The martial Tao is comprehending one law, comprehending all laws. Therefore, if one is proficient in one law, they will comprehend all laws. The grand momentum of heaven and earth is different. No matter how high one's comprehension of one grand momentum of heaven and earth is, it will not affect the power of the other grand momentum of heaven and earth. The grand momentum of heaven and earth is related to the power of the universe. If a martial artist only comprehends one grand momentum of heaven and earth, they can only draw upon one kind of heaven and earth origin energy. The universe is composed of various attributes, and can only draw upon one kind of heaven and earth origin energy. Once it is countered by someone or the environment, it will be a very big shortcoming. For example, if a cultivator who only comprehended the force of fire faced a cultivator who comprehended the force of water, even if the cultivator who comprehended the force of fire was stronger, he would still be defeated by the cultivator who comprehended the force of water. Another example is that in places like rivers, lakes, seas, and other places with abundant water origin energy, fire attribute martial artists will also be at a disadvantage. Therefore, martial artists will basically comprehend 2 or more grand momentum of heaven and earth. Of course, quality is more important than quantity. It is also applicable to the comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth. A person's energy is limited. Wanting to comprehend all of the grand momentum of heaven and earth is simply impossible. Some martial artists may only comprehend one grand momentum of heaven and earth in order to pursue the extreme, but most martial artists will comprehend 2 grand momentum of heaven and earth. As for some people with heaven-defying comprehension, they will even comprehend 3 grand momentum of heaven and earth. Yi Xing chuckled and said, "Looks like my comprehension of 3 grand forces of heaven and earth isn't considered much." The Black Tiger King said, "The grand momentum of the heavens and the earth is the comprehension towards the various grand Taos of the heavens and the earth. After the momentum reaches perfection, one will be able to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao. However, Tao intent was a realm that only high-level king realm experts could comprehend easily. Before reaching the level of a high-level king realm expert, it was extremely difficult to comprehend it, and it was impossible to do so in the Star Continent. I've only read about it in the notes of our sect's founder. These are too far away. In the Star Continent, being able to comprehend a kind of worldly grand momentum to perfection is already the limit." The two of them conversed for a while before the Black Biao King bid farewell and left. He instructed that no one was allowed to enter Yi Xing's courtyard, and told Yi Xing to cultivate in seclusion and peace. Yi Xing returned to his room, and sat cross-legged on the couch, calming his mind. After a short while, Yi Xing's mind calmed down, and his state of mind was tranquil. He took out a stalk of eternity flower and consumed it. Borrowing the medicinal power of the eternity flower, he attacked the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. Currently, Yi Xing could only sense the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. The barrier was still extremely sturdy, and under the impact of the eternity flower's medicinal power, it didn't budge in the slightest. It seemed that wanting to break through the 4th level barrier and become a 4-star venerable wouldn't be an easy task. It would require a lot of time. In martial arts cultivation, the barrier of realms wasn't frightening. What was frightening was that one couldn't even sense the barrier. Even if one wanted to advance, one wouldn't have a goal or direction. No matter how hard one tried, one's cultivation wouldn't make any progress. And once one sensed the barrier of realms, one would have a goal. Next, breaking through was only a matter of time. Yi Xing consumed the Eternity Flower and activated the astral energy within his body. Using both methods, he continuously attacked the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. Time slowly passed. After 2 full days, the barrier finally showed a trace of damage, and a fine crack appeared. With the first crack, there would be a second. Before long, this door would be completely knocked open, allowing Yi Xing to advance another realm on the road of martial arts, becoming a 4-star venerable. A 21-year-old 4-star venerable was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the Star Continent. Yi Xing's victory in the life and death gambling battle, and his killing of 10 mid-level venerables from Meng family of Dayuan, had shaken his reputation in the Dark Star sect. If he were to break through to the 4th-star venerable realm, it would definitely shock all the martial artists and give rise to a heated discussion. If nothing unexpected happened, the result would definitely be like this. However, on the 3rd day of Yi Xing's seclusion, Wei Qingxian, who had been in seclusion ever since she broke through to the venerable realm, came out and snatched away Yi Xing's limelight. Last March, Wei Qingxian returned from the Outer Realm Star Continent. After 2 months of seclusion, she broke through to the venerable realm in May. When she became a venerable, everyone in the Dark Star sect sensed that frightening thunder calamity fluctuation. Afterwards, Wei Qingxian chose to go into seclusion once again. And now, it was already the 10,006th year of Dayuan calendar. In March, Wei Qingxian had been in seclusion for 10 whole months. However, after 10 short months, Wei Qingxian came out with a cultivation base of 4th-level astral reaching realm, a mid-level venerable. Wei Qingxian was only 19 years old this year. A 19-year-old 4-star venerable was unprecedented in the Star Continent. This made the experts of the Dark Star sect incomparably shocked. The news of Wei Qingxian coming out of seclusion and breaking through to the 4-star venerable realm swept through the entire Dark Star sect like a gust of wind. A 19-year-old 4-star venerable was even more unbelievable than Yi Xing defeating 10 mid-level venerables from Dayuan Meng family. In a certain courtyard of the Dark Star sect, Zhui Yuping and Shi Minju sat opposite each other at a stone table. There were some dishes and wine on the table. The two drank, and from their faces, it was clear that they were not happy. Zhui Yuping drank a cup of wine and said, "Who would have thought that the rumor of the demon star in troubled times was actually credible? Why isn't I, Zhui Yuping, the demon star in troubled times, but Yi Xing, that lowborn brat?" His tone was filled with jealousy and anger. Shi Minju hurriedly poured wine for Zhui Yuping and said, "Young leader is a 3-star blue fate, a supreme genius of the Star Continent. Yi Xing must have encountered some kind of great opportunity to have such battle strength. But fate is different. His martial path is limited. Young leader, you don't have to worry. Yi Xing comes from a lowly background. No matter how high his fate is, it's hard to say if he can become a king in the future. But young leader is destined to become a 3-star king. He might even become the only 4-star king in the Star Continent. If you ask me, the one who killed the utmost being of Dameng and destroyed the Dayuan dynasty must be young leader. At that time, young leader will unify the world and establish a new dynasty, becoming the supreme king of the Star Continent. How glorious would that be? If Yi Xing destroys the Dayuan dynasty, then everything will be in chaos. Who will be the new supreme king then? Could it be Yi Xing? Pui. What would you become then, young leader? Are we all going to be his subjects? That's impossible. There's a 6th update tonight. Let's fight. Please support us. Chapter 673. Because of Yi Xing, Shi Minju had suffered a loss at the hands of the Black Tiger King. From then on, he hated Yi Xing in his heart. No matter how great Yi Xing's fame was, Shi Minju did not feel happy at all. She only felt gloomy and unhappy. Shi Minju's words were also his thoughts. He did not want to see Yi Xing overthrow the Dayuan dynasty. At that time, Yi Xing would become the most exalted king. The rest of the people in the Dark Star Church would all be Yi Xing's subjects. Furthermore, The ones who would be in charge of the Dark Star Church would definitely be the Dark Leopard King's people, and not the Shiman clan. Therefore, Shiman-ju would rather maintain the status quo. As a genius disciple of the Shiman clan, his position in the Dark Star sect was very high. In comparison, if Yi Xing overthrew the Dayuan dynasty and became the new supreme king, Shiman-ju might not be as free as he was now. At least in Shiman-ju's eyes, Yi Xing was still a lowly brat. He could not accept that Yi Xing would become the new supreme king in the future. Although Zhuo Yuping did not like Yi Xing, he did not think as much as Shiman-ju. Now that he heard Shiman-ju's analysis, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. That's right. If Yi Xing really overthrew the Dayuan dynasty and became the new supreme king, what would I, Zhuo Yuping, become? Now I am the young master of the Dark Star sect. In the future, I will definitely take over the position of the sect leader and control the entire Dark Star sect. In the Dark Star sect, I am high above. No one can compare to me. But if Yi Xing becomes the new supreme king, and the Dark Star sect becomes the ruler of the Star Land, will I still be the young master? Will I still have any hope of becoming the sect leader? At that time, the Star Land will be controlled by Yi Xing and the Dark Star sect will be controlled by Yi Xing. I, Zhuo Yuping, will be nothing. I will have to listen to Yi Xing's whims. Zhuo Yuping felt extremely disgusted by Yi Xing's act of destroying the Great Yuan dynasty. Zhuo Yuping clenched his fist and said, "No, there must never be such a day. The Great Yuan dynasty must be overthrown by me, Zhuo Yuping. The new supreme king can only be me." Seeing Zhuo Yuping's performance, Shiman-ju was delighted. Shiman-ju raised his palm and placed it on his own neck. "Young cult master, do you want to kill Yi Xing?" Shiman-ju hated Yi Xing to the core. But now he, Shiman-ju, could no longer do anything to Yi Xing. Even if he sought help from his clan, with the Black Biao King's protection, the Shiman clan could do nothing. However, if he could rope in Zhuo Yuping, Shiman-ju felt that there was still a chance. Although the Black Tiger King was the strongest expert in the Dark Star Church, the Dark Star Church still belonged to the Zhuo family. The foundation of the Dark Star Church was in the hands of the Zhuo family. In terms of individual strength, the Black Biao King was the strongest. But in terms of strength, the Black Biao King was no match for the Zhuo family. Shiman-ju did not dare to say those words to the Dark Star Church master. But he was familiar with the young cult master, Zhuo Yuping. In addition, Zhuo Yuping did not like Yi Xing. That was why he dared to fan the flames. Zhuo Yuping frowned slightly. Although he hated Yi Xing, he had never thought of killing Yi Xing. Zhuo Yuping thought for a while and said, "You know how important Yi Xing is to the left emissary. If we kill Yi Xing, the left emissary will be furious. He might betray the Dark Star Church and cause a split. It is not good for the Dark Star Church. Moreover, Yi Xing is just a lowly brat. Why should we kill him? Won't it dirty our hands? I will prove to everyone that I, Zhuo Yuping, am the only person who can overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty." Shiman-ju forced a laugh. He could only hide the killing intent in his heart and said, "Young cult master is so generous. That brat is lucky." Right then, Zhuo Yuping and Shiman-ju's communication beads lit up. They both took out their beads and read the information inside. Their eyes were filled with shock. "Hiss!" Shiman-ju gasped. "Wei Qingxian has come out. She is only 19 years old, and she has already reached the 4-star realm?" Good. Zhuo Yuping praised again and again. She's not even 19 years old. Yet she broke through the astral reaching realm and became a venerable. This is already unprecedented. Who would have thought that she would become a 4-star venerable in just 10 short months? Haha, she's even more of a monster than Yi Xing. In my opinion, she's the real star of chaos. Zhuo Yuping hated Yi Xing. After Yi Xing won the life and death battle, he was like the sun in the sky in the Dark Star sect. Therefore, Zhuo Yuping was very depressed. Now he suddenly heard the news that Wei Qingxian had come out of seclusion and had already reached the 4-star realm. Knowing that there was someone even more monstrous than Yi Xing, Zhuo Yuping's sullen feelings immediately dissipated. More importantly, Zhuo Yuping didn't hate Wei Qingxian. Not only that, he liked her a lot. Wei Qingxian returned to the Dark Star sect after returning from the Outer Star continent. Zhui Yuping saw Wei Qingxian for the first time, and was shocked by Wei Qingshuan's beauty. Zhui Yuping was the #1 handsome man in the Dark Star sect, and was also known as the #1 handsome man in the Star Continent. He was very confident in his appearance, and had never taken a fancy to a woman. However, Wei Qingxian was an exception. When Zhui Yuping saw Wei Qingxian for the first time, he made a decision in his heart. Such a peerless beauty was a match made in heaven with him, Zhui Yuping. Unfortunately, after Wei Qingxian returned to the Dark Star sect, she started to cultivate in seclusion. After becoming a venerable, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. Until now, Zhui Yuping wanted to get closer to Wei Qingxian, but he never had the chance. Today, Wei Qingxian finally came out of seclusion. This news made Zhui Yuping very happy. Moreover, Wei Qingxian was already a 4-star venerable. This made Zhui Yuping even happier. Yixing, you are a 3-star venerable at the age of 21. And you can even defeat a 7-star venerable. You are indeed monstrous. However, I, Zhui Yuping, will have a woman who is even more monstrous than you. A 19-year-old 4-star venerable. Zhui Yuping thought in his heart, and his face bloomed with joy. Although Zhui Yuping loathed Yixing and called Yixing a lowborn brat, he still felt that Yixing was very monstrous and that he couldn't be compared to him. Therefore, when Wei Qingshuan's performance became even more monstrous, and Zhui Yuping imagined Wei Qingxian as his woman, Zhui Yuping subconsciously felt that he had surpassed Yixing. Of course, he was in a good mood. Zhui Yuping saw Wei Qingxian as his and thought that with his identity as the young master of the Dark Star sect, it would be easy to get Wei Qingxian. However, he didn't know that Wei Qingxian was already Yixing's girlfriend. Shimenju, take your time drinking. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. When Zhui Yuping received news of Wei Qingxian, he immediately left Shimenju behind, and headed for Duke Lanqin's residence. When Zhui Yuping arrived at Duke Lanqin's residence, Wei Qingxian and Duke Lanqin were no longer there. Where did Duke Lanqin take her? While Zhui Yuping was scratching his head, trying to figure out where Wei Qingxian had gone, Duke Lanqin and Wei Qingxian had already arrived at the left emissary's residence. Complete. I can still push myself a little. I'll continue to beg for monthly votes and continue to work hard tomorrow. Chapter 674. A 4-star venerable at the age of 19. In the left emissary's residence, the Black Tiger King stared at Wei Qingxian in shock. If it weren't for Yixing, I would have thought you were the real fiend star of troubled times. After a pause, the Black Tiger King continued. Yixing is already 21 years old. With your cultivation speed in the venerable realm, it's hard to predict what level you'll reach in 2 years. In fact, you're even more monstrous than Yixing. Could it be that there's not just one fiend star of troubled times, but 2? Beside him, Queen Lanqin said. When I sensed her breakthrough, I was still in disbelief. It wasn't until she came out of seclusion that I saw it with my own eyes that I realized it was the truth. A venerable under the age of 20 is unheard of on the Starry Continent, let alone a mid-level one. Such monstrous cultivation talent is rare even in mid-level continents. Queen Lanqin's tone was also astonished. Wei Qingxian herself didn't think that a 19-year-old 4-star venerable was anything special. She was the daughter of a venerable and possessed a purple destiny. She could naturally cultivate to become a true god. In this life, her father, Reincarnation Prime, had purposely reincarnated her on the Starry Continent, an ordinary low-level continent, to temper her. Therefore, her cultivation speed was much slower than in her previous life. Her cultivation speed in her previous life was truly monstrous. She became a martial saint at 10, a perfected person at 11, a venerable at 13, a king at 16, and a quasi-god at 20. In her previous life, she was already a 9-star king at 19. Now she was only a 4-star venerable. Her cultivation speed was far from the same level. At different heights, one would have different views of things. Compared to a king, Wei Qingshuan's cultivation speed in her previous life was indeed shocking. A 16-year-old king, a 19-year-old 9-star king. How monstrous was that? However, in Reincarnation Prime's eyes, it wasn't good. It wasn't that Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed wasn't fast enough, but that Wei Qingxuan's achievements in the martial way couldn't satisfy Reincarnation Prime. In her previous life, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed slowed after she became a quasi-god. Because of her weak foundation, she encountered great difficulties in the Star Nirvana realm. Although Wei Qingxian had the destiny of true god, and would become a true god in the future, there was a huge gap between different true gods. Wei Qingxian couldn't possibly become a top true god. As for the position of supremacy, that was even more hopeless. In the end, Wei Qingxian died before she became a true god. Reincarnation Prime used the great Tao of reincarnation to let her live another life. He didn't nurture her like he did in her previous life. Instead, he let her be born in the most ordinary martial arts family on a low-level continent. Step by step, she advanced on the martial way and built a solid foundation. Although it was slower in the early stages, it was crucial for her later cultivation. Of course, this slow was only relative to Wei Qingxuan's past life. In reality, she had a violet heaven's will and a supreme bloodline. No matter where she was, her cultivation speed would always be faster than others. A 19-year-old 4-star venerable. To other martial artists, this was indeed extremely monstrous and abnormal. However, to Wei Qingxian, this was already a slightly slow cultivation speed. Yi Xing was 2 years older than Wei Qingxian, but he was able to keep pace with Wei Qingxian in terms of martial way cultivation. This was a true monstrous talent. Wei Qingxian was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Star Continent in the future. Not only that, the Star Continent simply couldn't accommodate such a great god like her. Even the middle-grade continents couldn't accommodate her. Sooner or later, she would return to the high-grade continents and stand under the same sky as her father, the reincarnation sovereign. Therefore, destroying the Great Yuan dynasty was an easy task for Wei Qingxian. However, Si Kongyan of the Great Yuan dynasty could deduce that Yi Xing's existence would affect the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty, but he couldn't deduce that Wei Qingxian was involved. Reincarnation Prime used the Great Way of Reincarnation to descend Wei Qingxian into the Star Continent. Even the other primes didn't know about this method. Compared to Reincarnation Prime, Si Kongyan was nothing. Of course, it was impossible for him to deduce Reincarnation Prime's arrangements. Wei Qingxian changed the topic of her cultivation and said, "Lord Emissary, is Yi Xing here?" Wei Qingxian was brought to the Dark Star sect by Lanqin King and stayed in Lanqin King's elder mansion. Yi Xing was brought to the Dark Star sect by Black Biao King and stayed in Black Biao King's left emissary mansion. Both of them were now part of the Dark Star sect, but they weren't disciples of the Dark Star sect. They were considered geniuses nurtured outside the sect. Black Biao King and Yi Xing were familiar with each other. Of course, he knew about the relationship between Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. He said, "Brother Yi Xing is in seclusion to break through to the 4th star venerable realm. He should be out in a few days." Wei Qingxian said, "Then I'll stay in the mansion and wait for him. Is that okay?" As Wei Qingxuan's memories awakened more and more, she understood more about her previous life. She didn't care much about the Star Continent anymore. However, Yi Xing was an exception. The two of them had gone through life and death together. They had indelible memories. Moreover, in her previous life, Wei Qingxian grew up under Reincarnation Prime's wings. Her status was high and there were many men who worshipped her like a goddess. However, none of them dared to pursue her. In her 2 lives, Yi Xing was the first and only man who walked into Wei Qingxuan's heart. Naturally, she couldn't forget him. Ever since she broke through to the venerable realm and her memories awakened again, Wei Qingxian thought for a long time and made a decision. She didn't dare to reveal her secret to others, but she felt that she shouldn't do the same to Yi Xing. She should let Yi Xing know the truth. Therefore, after she came out of seclusion, the first thing she did was look for Yi Xing. She had to have a good talk with Yi Xing. She had to tell Yi Xing about her identity, and that she would definitely leave the Star Continent in the future. As for their relationship, she had to let Yi Xing know the truth before he made a choice. King Lanqin glanced at Wei Qingxian in surprise. Her elder mansion wasn't far from here. It would take less than half an incense stick to burn to get here. However, Wei Qingxian had chosen to stay here and wait for Yi Xing to come out of seclusion. It was obvious that Yi Xing was very important to her. Black Biao King naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course. You and brother Yi Xing have a close relationship. You can call me brother Black Biao, just like brother Yi Xing. King Lanqin bid farewell to Black Biao King while Wei Qingxian stayed in the left emissary's mansion to wait for Yi Xing to come out of seclusion. Elder Lanqin. King Lanqin returned to her mansion. Zhui Yuping was still waiting there. Young hierarch. Why have you come to my mansion? King Lanqin had already heard the servant's report and knew that Zhui Yuping was here. She wasn't surprised. You're finally back. Where's junior sister Qingxian? Didn't she come back with you? Zhui Yuping asked in surprise. Qingxian. She's staying in the left emissary's mansion. Why are you looking for Qingxian? King Lanqin asked. Why is junior sister Qingxian staying in the left emissary's mansion? Zhui Yuping ignored King Lanqin's question and asked in surprise. Yi Xing is in seclusion to become a 4-star venerable. Qingxian is waiting for him to come out. Waiting for him to come out. Waiting for him to come out. King Lanqin's voice resounded in Zhui Yuping's mind. Zhui Yuping's heart instantly shattered. Chapter 675. Left Star Emissary's Mansion. Ever since the first crack appeared on the realm barrier, the second one slowly appeared, and then the third. After 2 days, the cracks on the barrier were already densely packed. The entire barrier was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter into pieces in the next moment. Boom. After a few more fierce attacks, Yi Xing's body finally emitted a sound. The realm barrier was completely destroyed, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. From all directions, countless star power rushed into Yi Xing's body, forming a huge star power whirlpool, like a funnel. All of a sudden, Yi Xing's star power exploded. It had undergone a qualitative change, becoming even more powerful. Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a mid-level reverend. With the breakthrough, not only had the star power strengthened, Yi Xing's perception of the natural Yuan Qi had also become clearer. Compared to when he was a 3-star reverend, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If Yi Xing were to fight Meng Yuanting again, the fight would not be so difficult and intense. He would be able to kill Meng Yuanting easily. Breaking through to the 4th level of the astral reaching realm was the breakthrough from a low-level reverend to a mid-level reverend. It caused a huge fluctuation of star power. Many experts had sensed this fluctuation and knew that someone had broken through. In the left star emissary's mansion, Black Tiger King and Wei Qingxian naturally sensed it the clearest. He has also broken through to the 4th star reverend, the same cultivation as me. I hope he can keep up with my footsteps. Only then will he be able to get father's approval. Wei Qingxian revealed a smile as she thought to herself. A 21-year-old 4-star reverend. Although he is not as good as Wei Qingxian, other than Wei Qingxian, there is no one like him in the star continent. Good, very good. As long as Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian grow up, the great Yuan dynasty will cease to exist. Black Tiger King sensed Yi Xing's breakthrough and was very happy. The Black Biao King and Wei Qingxian both rushed towards Yi Xing's courtyard. The two of them arrived at the same time and entered the courtyard. Yi Xing walked out of his room and saw the Black Biao King and Wei Qingxian in the courtyard. Qingxian. Yi Xing's eyes lit up when he saw Wei Qingxian. The two of them hadn't seen each other for nearly a year and a half since they parted on the Grand Arena. Yi Xing quickly walked up to the two and greeted the Black Biao King. Brother Black Biao. Yi Xing. Wei Qingxuan's eyes lit up. She was happy to see Yi Xing. The Black Biao King slapped a palm onto Yi Xing's shoulder and said, Good, good. You and Qingxian are both 4-star venerables at such a young age. You're too monstrous. When you grow up, the end of the great Yuan dynasty will come. 4-star venerables. Yi Xing's expression changed as he looked over at Wei Qingxian. When he first saw Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing was only happy. He didn't notice Yi Xing's cultivation. Now that he looked carefully, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation aura was indeed at the 4th level of astral reaching realm. She was a true 4-star venerable. Wei Qingxian faintly smiled and said, "It was all thanks to those eternity flowers that I was able to reach the 4th level of astral reaching realm so quickly." Yixing nodded. The Aeon Extreme flower was one of the reasons why his cultivation had risen so quickly. When the Black Biao King saw the two of them flirting with each other, his eyes lit up. He chuckled and said, "Yixing, I'm relieved to see that your cultivation has reached the 4th level of astral reaching realm. You two haven't seen each other for a long time, so you must have a lot to talk about. I won't disturb you. You two can talk." Then the Black Biao King laughed heartily and left the courtyard. Yixing and Wei Qingxian looked at the Black Biao King's back and exchanged a glance. Their faces reddened, and their heartbeats sped up. "Let's talk inside." Yixing was a bit more courageous and took the initiative to hold Wei Qingxuan's jade-like hand. Wei Qingxian didn't take her hand back. She faintly nodded and walked side by side with Yixing. The two entered the room and sat down. "Long time no see. How have you been?" Yixing opened with a meaningless greeting. Wei Qingxian had always been in closed-door cultivation. How could she be well? She nodded and said, "I'm fine." The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. They seemed to have 1,000 things they wanted to say to each other. However, when they were face to face, they didn't know what to say. The two looked at each other, and all their emotions were reflected in their eyes. Looking at that perfect face, Yixing's heart was moved. His heartbeat suddenly sped up, and a sliver of emotion flashed through his eyes. He tilted his head forward slightly. That sliver of emotion was extremely secretive, but when their eyes met, their senses were extremely sensitive. Wei Qingxian immediately sensed Yixing's feelings. Wei Qingxuan's heartbeat also sped up. She gently bit her lower lip and closed her eyes. This was clearly a response. The joy in Yixing's heart surged with a whoosh. He tilted his head forward slightly and pressed his lips against hers. When their lips met, both of them felt like they had been electrocuted. Their heartbeats were the most intense at this moment, and their breathing became hurried as well. Their lips slowly parted. That wonderful taste was even more pleasurable than a breakthrough in cultivation. Yixing wanted to kiss her again, but Wei Qingxian leaned back to avoid him. Wei Qingxuan's face flushed. She said, "I have something to tell you." Yixing looked at Wei Qingxian with sparkling eyes. He said, "Go on, I'm listening. Be serious." Wei Qingxian pushed Yixing's head to a safe distance. She said, "What I want to tell you is very important. It's about my origins." Yixing restrained his expression. He said, "Origins? Aren't you from the Wei family of Celestial Azure City?" Wei Qingxian rolled her eyes at Yixing. She said, "That's only on the surface. Because of my existence, the Wei family obtained a lot of resources. Even now, they only have one martial saint. Do you think that if I were a disciple of the Wei family, I would be able to become a 4-star venerable now?" Yixing thought carefully and shook his head. Strictly speaking, his identity as a disciple of the Ye family was only on the surface. If he didn't have the superbrain and the black hole astrology, he would be nothing now. It seemed that Wei Qingxian was the same as him. She had her own secrets. Now Wei Qingxian wanted to share this secret with him. This moved Yixing. He had never mentioned his secret to Wei Qingxian, nor did he plan to mention it to Wei Qingxian. He didn't expect that she would share her secret with him. She would only share her secret with someone who was extremely close to her and trusted her. Yixing was naturally touched. Wei Qingxian said, "You're familiar with the Black Biao King. You should know that the King realm isn't the end, right?" Yixing nodded. He said, "Yes. Above the King realm is the quasi-god. Above the quasi-god is the true god. Above the true god is the legendary honorable." Wei Qingxuan's expression turned serious. She said, "Listen carefully. I am the daughter of a honorable." Yixing was immediately stunned. He stared at Wei Qingxian dumbfounded. "Honorable? Honorable's daughter?" Chapter 676. That even in the notes left behind by the founder of the Dark Star sect, Supremes were legendary existences. It could be seen that even the Dark Star Temple, a 5-star force on a high-class continent, didn't have any Supremes. Now, Wei Qingxian said in front of Yi Xing that she was the daughter of a Supremes. How could he not be dumbfounded? He was completely stunned. Wei Qingxian had already expected Yi Xing's reaction. She repeated word by word. Yes, I'm the daughter of a Supremes. Yi Xing was still shocked. How is that possible? Supremes are legendary existences on high-class continents. Why would they leave their daughter in a small place like Celestial City? Wei Qingxian looked at Yi Xing. You don't believe what I said? Yi Xing nodded. I do. It's just that I'm too surprised. Why is that? Wei Qingxian said. I'm the daughter of a Supremes. Do you still dare to like me? Do you dare to want me? Ah. Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Why wouldn't I dare? Wei Qingxian smiled. She was in a good mood. All right, since you dare, I'll tell you everything I know. Wei Qingxian spoke and Yi Xing listened. After a long time, Wei Qingxian told Yi Xing all the information about her past life that she had awakened from her memories. Yi Xing was amazed. It turned out that Wei Qingxian had lived a second life. He had always heard that people couldn't live after death. Afterlife and next life didn't exist. But today Yi Xing saw someone who had lived a second life. If there really was a next life, then there really was an afterlife. However, without the memories of the previous life, it couldn't be considered a second life. It was just a new life. Only with the memories of the previous life could it be considered a second life. In this way, Wei Qingxian was living a second life, and so was Yi Xing. Samsara Supremes let Wei Qingxian live a second life with the great way of reincarnation, and let Wei Qingxian be born in an ordinary warrior family. Unexpectedly, she could still retain her bloodline and astrology. This method was really incredible. After listening to Wei Qingxuan's story, Yi Xing felt that coming to the Star Continent and living a second life didn't seem so special. Wei Qingxian said, I've told you everything I know. My father is Reincarnation Supremacy, the master of Reincarnation Palace. Mother and I perished together, sealed in ice by my father, waiting for me to become a martial saint before I can save her life. So my goal of martial arts is to reach the peak of martial arts and become a Supremes. The Star Continent is just my starting point. One day, I will go back to the Samsara Palace and find my father. Yi Xing, if you still dare to like me and be with me, then you can't just stay in this small place like the Star Continent. You have to go to a wider world and walk side by side with me on the road of martial arts. If you can't keep up with me, although I don't mind, I'm worried that my father won't approve of you. Since you like me and want me, you have to get my father's approval. So, you must work hard. Yi Xing touched his head and felt a little troubled. It was not easy to get the approval of a Supremes. Even if he didn't become a Supremes, he had to at least become a true god to be qualified to get the approval of a Supremes. But now Yi Xing was only a 4-star venerable. Not to mention a true god, even a quasi-god was a very distant existence. Seeing Yi Xing silent, Wei Qingxian said angrily, Why are you afraid? Afraid? Yi Xing immediately shook his head. If he didn't have the black hole astrology, he was indeed worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up with Wei Qingxuan's footsteps in the future. After all, Wei Qingxian had a purple true god's mandate. Yi Xing's current 9-star king's mandate was heaven-defying in the Star Continent, but in front of a purple destiny, it was nothing. However, Yi Xing had the black hole astrology and could devour other people's mandates for his own use. What Yi Xing lacked was a big stage. As long as he had a big enough stage, he was confident that he would be able to obtain a higher level of heavenly fate. He would be able to walk further on the martial path and reach the peak. Yi Xing grabbed Wei Qingxuan's hands and said seriously, Don't be afraid. I might not be in your father's eyes now, but one day, I will use my achievements to make him value me and obtain his recognition. Wei Qingxian laughed happily and said, Okay, I'm worried that you will be scared by my father's supremacy and not dare to prove yourself to him. As long as you are willing to work hard for me and my father's recognition, no matter what your final achievements are, you will always be my man. After saying that, Wei Qingxian took the initiative to lean forward and kissed Yi Xing on the lips. This time, the two kissed for a few breaths of time before moving away. Their faces were full of joy and excitement. Yixing lifted Wei Qingshuan's face and said, "Actually, I also have a secret to share with you. A descendant of the Ye family is only my identity on the surface." Wei Qingxian confided in Yixing without holding anything back. This completely moved Yixing's heart. He also chose to share his own secret with her. "Ah." Wei Qingxian was startled and said, "Are you also the son of a supremacy?" Yixing laughed and said, "I am the son of a supremacy of earth, the son of earth." Wei Qingxian said in surprise, "Supremacy of earth? What a strange name." Yixing laughed and said, "Okay, there is no supremacy of earth. Earth is a planet where no one cultivates martial arts. Everyone is an ordinary mortal, but there is very advanced technology. The technology there can explore the stars and kill kings without a problem." Wei Qingxian showed great interest and said, "Technology? There is actually such a magical thing. How is it possible for a mortal to kill a king? On the star continent, it was impossible for a mortal to kill a king. There was no such weapon at all. Moreover, even if a mortal obtained a divine weapon that could kill a king, they would not be able to move it and unleash its power. They would still not be able to kill a king. However, it was different on Earth. Even if a king had the power to destroy mountains, no matter how powerful he was, could he be more powerful than a missile? Even if a king flew into the sky, a missile could still shoot him down. When he first arrived on the star continent, Yixing often thought about Earth. However, the more he went, the less he thought about it. In the last 2 years, he had almost sealed Earth in his mind. Now that he talked about it with Wei Qingxian, Yixing felt as if he was talking about the glory of his hometown. Yixing said, "This is only in terms of martial arts. In terms of daily use, there are even more magical things. The communication beads on the star continent can transmit information, but the distance is limited. On Earth, there is also such a tool that can transmit not only sound but also images." Wei Qingshuan's eyes were full of yearning and said, "I really want to go there and see. How can I go to Earth?" Yixing's excited expression immediately cooled down and said, "Sigh. I don't know what happened, but I came to the star continent and can't go back." Chapter 677. In the following days, Wei Qingxian started to live in the Left Star Emissary Mansion, in the same courtyard as Yixing. Of course, the two lived in different rooms. Although the two had confirmed their relationship, they knew that it was not the right time for them to live together. Other than sleeping, when the two of them were in different rooms, every day, the two of them would pair up and cultivate together. When Yixing was cultivating his archery skills, Wei Qingxian would be cultivating martial arts on the side. While cultivating, the two would also exchange their experiences. They were very happy and had a lot of fun. The news of Wei Qingxian becoming a 4-star venerable had already spread throughout the Dark Star sect. And the news of Yixing breaking through and coming out of seclusion had also spread throughout the Dark Star sect. All of a sudden, Yixing and Wei Qingxian became the two most famous people in the Dark Star sect. The two were always together. Moreover, Wei Qingxian had moved into the Left Star Emissary Mansion for Yixing. All the martial artists in the Dark Star sect knew that the two were a couple. The two's cultivation speed was extremely monstrous. Naturally, the news of them being together had become a legend. Of course, not everyone thought that it was a legend. For example, Zhuo Yupeng. Zhuo Yupeng had fantasized about pursuing Wei Qingxian and making Wei Qingxian his woman. Only then would he feel proud in front of Yixing. However, Wei Qingxian had already become a couple with Yixing. This shattered Zhuo Yupeng's fantasy before it could become a reality. Regarding Yixing and Wei Qingxian being together, Zhuo Yupeng only felt jealousy and heartbreak. However, Zhuo Yupeng's jealousy and heartbreak were useless. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were still together, and the story spread throughout the Dark Star sect. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already August. After 5 months of cultivation, Yixing and Wei Qingshuan's cultivation bases had both stabilized to peak level 4 astral reaching realm. On this day, He Biaowang happily found Yixing and Wei Qingxian and said, "Let me tell you guys a piece of good news." The Black Biao King smiled mysteriously and excitedly. Yixing asked in surprise, What good news is it? Why are you so happy? Black Biao King said. Our sect has a treasure land that is connected to the dimensional void. Every few decades or centuries, a huge amount of pure star power would pour out from the dimensional void, which is extremely beneficial for astral-reaching realm warriors. Back then, the founder of the sect had established the Dark Star sect here precisely because of this treasure land. This treasure land is called the Cultivation Saint Pond. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian looked at each other and said, "What does it have to do with us? Could it be that we can enter the Cultivation Saint Pond to cultivate?" The Black Tiger King nodded with a smile. That's right. In order to maintain the effects of cultivation, only 10 people can enter the Cultivation Saint Pond every time the power of the stars surges out from Origin Void. These 10 people have always been the 10 strongest venerables of the younger generation. After some discussion, you and Qingxian can both enter the Cultivation Saint Pond. Yi Xing and Wei Qingshuan's eyes brightened. They had already reached the peak of 4-star realm, but breaking through to 5-star realm was still very difficult. It would take a lot of time. If he could enter the Cultivation Saint Pond to cultivate, then breaking through to the 5-star venerable realm would not be difficult. If the effects of the Cultivation Saint Pond were good, then he could even consolidate a lot of his cultivation after breaking through to the 5-star venerable realm. Yi Xing said, "When can we enter the Cultivation Saint Pond?" Black Biao King said, "Soon. The star power gushing out from the dimensional void will merge with the water of the Cultivation Saint Pond. It won't take more than a few days. Prepare yourselves. I'll call you when it's time." Although the Cultivation Sacred Pond was a treasured place, there were too few times when one could cultivate. The shortest time was a few decades, and the longest time was 100 years. A large amount of star force would only appear once in the dimensional void. Therefore, the majority of the disciples of the Dark Star sect would not encounter the opening of the Cultivation Saint Pond when they were in the golden stage of cultivation. Encountering the opening of the Cultivation Saint Pond during the golden stage of cultivation was a great fortune that could only be encountered by chance. This time, not only Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, but also 8 other venerables of the younger generation of the Dark Star sect were lucky this time. The golden stage of cultivation for venerables was under the age of 35. As a 5-star power, the Dark Star sect had a lot of people. There were many venerables of the younger generation, and the ones ranked at the top were not weak. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was an 8-star venerable lord. He was a disciple of the Zhuo family, and his name was Zhuo Yuandong. He was already 34 years old. If he had delayed for another year, this great fortune would have nothing to do with him. It had to be said that he was very lucky. Next, there were 2 7-star venerables. They were disciples of the Zhuo family and the Shimen family. The Zhuo family's young master, Zhuo Yuping, was 31 years old. The Shimen family's Shimen Song was 34 years old. Also, there were 5 6-star venerables. One from the Zhuo family, one from the Shimen family, one from the Lin family, one from the He family, and one from the Lan family. They were all over 30 years old. As for 5-star venerables, there were naturally some as well. However, there were only 10 spots. Although Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were only 4-star venerables, they were too young. One was 21 years old, and the other was 19 years old. Under the Black Biao King's nomination, the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect agreed to include Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian in the 10 spots. Therefore, with the addition of an 8-star venerable lord, 2 7-star venerables, and 5 6-star venerables, the 10 spots were filled. Regarding this, some of the younger 5-star venerables were dissatisfied. For example, Shimen Zhu was a 5-star venerable. He was a disciple of the Shimen family. If there were 2 spots among the 5-star venerables, he should be one. However, it was useless even if some people were dissatisfied. This matter had already been approved by the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect, and no one could change it. 5 days later, the Black Biao King found Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian again. He said, "The astral energy in the void dimension has stopped. It's time for the Cultivation Saint Pool to open. Follow me." Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian followed behind the Black Biao King. Not long after, they arrived at a valley between 2 mountain ridges. Some of the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had already gathered here, as well as some of the younger generation venerables. Although they had stayed in the Dark Star sect for 5 months, Yixing and Wei Qingxian had basically been cultivating in the left emissary's residence. Even when they were cultivating their archery skills, they were only at the back mountain of the residence. Therefore, Yixing and Wei Qingxian did not know many of the younger generation venerables. However, there was no one among the younger generation venerables who did not know Yixing and Wei Qingxian. When Yixing sized up the younger generation venerables, he immediately felt a sharp gaze shooting towards him. Yixing met this gaze. It was the gaze of the young sect master, Zhui Yupeng. Zhui Yupeng's gaze was extremely aggressive. Yixing could feel that Zhui Yupeng did not like him. This guy can't be holding a grudge against me because of the Dark Star Pagoda, right? That would be too petty. Yixing thought to himself. Today's monthly votes are very poor. I will continue to write the 5th and 6th chapters. Brothers, I beg for monthly votes. I beg for passion. Chapter 678. Not long after, another elder came over with 2 young venerables. Now all 10 of them were present. The valley ahead was enveloped by a formation. The Dark Star sect's leader walked to the entrance of the formation and said, "The cultivation sacred pond is located in the depths of the valley ahead. The spring water in the cultivation sacred pond already contains a large amount of astral power. You can directly absorb it from the sacred pond to improve your cultivation. The cultivation sacred pond is divided into 10 regions. The 10 of you will each have a region. The area of each region is the same, and there is no difference in size. Once you enter, you are not allowed to fight for a spot. Do you hear me?" Yixing and the others nodded at the same time. "We hear you." The Dark Star sect's leader stepped aside and said, "Go in. I wish you all a breakthrough in your cultivation." The entrance of the formation opened, and Yixing and the others entered the valley in a single file. After entering the formation, everyone's vision became clear. They immediately saw the cultivation sacred pond in the depths of the valley. Although it was called a pond, it was not small. It was close to 50 meters in radius. It was practically a small lake. There were stone walls in the cultivation sacred pond, dividing the entire pond into 10 fan-shaped regions. There were 10 people who entered, so there was a total of 10 regions. There was nothing to fight for. Each person could have a region. Yixing and Wei Qingxian chose 2 adjacent regions and sat down beside the cultivation sacred pond. Soon, the 10 of them chose their own regions. Zhui Yupeng's blade-like gaze was cast over again. Yixing looked to the right and saw Zhui Yupeng staring at him coldly from more than 10 meters away. "Are you crazy?" Yixing thought to himself as he glared at him fiercely. The smell of gunpowder between the 2 of them immediately grew stronger. When their gazes collided, there was a feeling of electricity in the air. Zhui Yupeng snorted softly and revealed a contemptuous smile before retracting his gaze. Since the other party did not take the initiative to provoke him, Yixing naturally could not be bothered to lower himself to his level. He also retracted his gaze, restrained his distracting thoughts, and calmed his mind. Soon, everyone began to circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb the energy. The power of the stars surging from the dimensional void was affected by the formation and had nowhere to spread. Instead, it merged into the spring water of the cultivation Saint Pond, causing the spring water to be like a spiritual spring. Martial artists could directly extract the power of the stars from the spring water. If Yixing used the black hole astral form to devour the power of the stars, it would cause too much of a commotion, and the devouring range would be too wide, affecting others. Therefore, Yixing only used the falling star art. After becoming a 4-star venerate, Yixing changed the 7th level of the profound rank low-grade falling star art to the 3rd level of the profound rank mid-grade falling star art. Then he cultivated it to the 4th level. The speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars was extremely fast, comparable to that of a 7-star venerate. However, Yixing's absorption speed was not as fast as Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yupeng's. Wei Qingshuan's cultivation technique was the divine grade minor reincarnation art. Although it was only a profound grade minor reincarnation art, it was still a divine grade minor reincarnation art. Yi Xing's falling star art was only a profound grade minor reincarnation art. Whether it was the strength of the stars or the speed at which they absorbed the power of the stars, Wei Qingxian was faster. As for Zhuo Yupeng, he was a 7-star venerate. Furthermore, he had cultivated his profound grade mid-grade minor reincarnation art to the 6th level, which was better than many 8-star venerates. Of course, his absorption speed was faster than Yi Xing's profound grade mid-grade falling star art's 4th level. At the beginning of the absorption, everyone was fine. Yi Xing could feel that the power of the stars he absorbed from the spring water was extremely pure. It was very effective in raising his cultivation. He felt very comfortable. Yi Xing judged that absorbing the power of the stars in the spring water would be more than enough for him to break through to the 5-star venerate realm. He was overjoyed. Time passed slowly. After an hour, the fluctuation of a breakthrough came from the left. Wei Qingxuan's minor reincarnation art was indeed domineering. In just an hour, she had absorbed nearly half of the power of the stars in the spring water. She was the first to break through to the 5-star venerate realm. In terms of cultivation speed, Wei Qingxian was actually faster than Yi Xing. In 5 months, both of them had consolidated their cultivation to the peak of the 4th level. However, Wei Qingxian was closer to the 5-star venerate realm. Now, Wei Qingxuan's speed of absorbing the spring water in the Saint Pond was faster than Yi Xing's. Of course, she had broken through to the 5-star venerate realm earlier than Yi Xing. When Wei Qingxian broke through, everyone sensed the fluctuation of the star power. They looked at Wei Qingxian with envy. However, now that everyone was absorbing the power of the stars in the cultivation Saint Spring, the mist above the spring covered the entire cultivation Saint Spring. It was a vast expanse of white, but no one could see each other. They could only judge that Wei Qingxian had made a breakthrough based on the position of the fluctuations of the stars. For astral-reaching realm warriors, it would be extremely difficult for them to increase their cultivation. Although the cultivation Saint Spring contained a lot of star power, not everyone who entered the cultivation Saint Spring would be able to make a breakthrough. After all, different cultivation levels would require different amounts of star power, and the difficulty of making a breakthrough would be different as well. About a quarter of an hour later, another surge of astral power showed up, indicating a breakthrough. The gazes of all the martial artists turned towards Yi Xing's location. Although they couldn't see his figure, they knew that he had also broken through to the 5th level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a 5-star venerable. Yi Xing felt a sense of comfort coming from his soul. His astral energy was strengthened once more, and there was a qualitative improvement. His strength had also increased by quite a bit. Yi Xing had only absorbed half of the star power in the pond. It seemed that after absorbing the remaining half, his cultivation would be able to consolidate to the late stage of the 5-star venerate realm. Breaking through to the 5-star venerate realm was Yi Xing's goal. Now that he had accomplished it, he could consolidate his cultivation. Yi Xing was very satisfied with this trip to the Saint Pond, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Time continued to pass, and Yi Xing continued to absorb the star power to consolidate his cultivation. Soon, another fluctuation of star power appeared. This fluctuation was extremely intense. Someone had broken through to the 7-star venerate realm. It was a breakthrough from the mid-stage to the high stage. Yi Xing sensed the location of the astral power fluctuation, and knew that it was He Gang who had become a 7-star High Lord. He was the most outstanding descendant of the He family. Being able to break through to the 7-star venerate realm so quickly showed that He Gang's cultivation had already reached the limit of the 6-star venerate realm. Therefore, he was one step ahead of the others. Feeling the others' cultivation breakthroughs one after another, Zhuo Yupeng was very gloomy. He wanted to use the opportunity of the Saint Pond to break through to the 8-star venerate realm in one go. However, his cultivation was originally at the late stage of the 7-star venerate realm, which was too far from the 8-star venerate realm. Now he had almost absorbed all the star power in this area, but only managed to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 7-star venerate realm. He was still a little bit away from becoming an 8-star supremacy. Furthermore, according to Zhuo Yupeng's estimation, He would need a large amount of star energy to break through to the 8th star supremacy realm. The star energy in the region before him was probably not enough for him to break through. It's already early in the morning, but even if I stay up late, I will still finish the 6th update. Please vote. Chapter 679. Zhuo Yuping's eyes flashed with rage when he realized he could not break through to the 8th star supremacy level. Zhuo Yuping looked at Yixing's pool. Yixing's absorption speed was much slower than Zhuo Yuping's. Zhuo Yuping had almost finished absorbing all the star power in his area, while Yixing had only absorbed about 60% of it. Zhuo Yuping hated Yixing to begin with. Now when he thought about how he wouldn't be able to break through to the 8th star Exalt Lord realm with the power of the stars in his territory, the hatred and brutality in his heart erupted at the same time. He might as well go all the way. He would snatch Yixing's astral energy and become an 8th star supremacy. In the golden stage of cultivation, the earlier one broke through to the next level, the more potential he had. This opportunity was not to be missed. Zhuo Yuping's mind was like a demon that could not be stopped. Whoosh! Zhuo Yuping's astral energy was activated. He grabbed at the air, and a big astral hand reached out and grabbed a large amount of star power in front of Yixing. Yixing furrowed his brows. Someone was trying to snatch away the power of stars that belonged to him? Yixing did not have much time to think. Zhuo Yuping had already reached out a second astral hand. Humph! Yixing snorted and punched out. The fist aura rushed forward. Bang! The fist aura hit the astral hand, and there was a loud explosion. Yixing's punch was not as strong as Zhuo Yuping's astral hand. The fist aura was shattered, but the astral hand only shook. However, the astral hand shook, and the star power that the astral hand had grabbed fell. Yixing knew it was Zhuo Yuping who had grabbed the astral hand. He was about to scold him when a strong wind blew. Boom! Zhuo Yuping's second attempt at grabbing the power of stars had been dispersed by Yixing. Zhuo Yuping was furious. His next attack was not to grab the power of stars in the pool. Instead, it was aimed directly at Yixing. Zhuo Yuping not only wanted to snatch Yixing's star power, but he also wanted to hit him. This infuriated Yixing. 9 Heavens Astral Travel Technique. Yixing's figure flashed like a stream of light, and the palm landed on the ground. The entire valley shook and the pool water surged. The rest of the martial artists were all shocked. If it were not for the fact that the cultivation Saint Pond was made of special stones and was reinforced by formations, Zhuo Yuping's palm strike probably would have created a deep pit and destroyed the pond. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky, turning into a flaming star. The horrifying power instantly evaporated the water above the cultivation Saint Pond, opening up the vision of all the cultivators. Yixing had the fire star above his head. Fire origin energy gathered around his body, making him seem like a messenger of fire. He angrily shouted, "Zhuo Yuping, are you looking for a beating?" Zhuo Yuping stood up, his demeanor elegant. He said, "Yixing, your greed is insatiable. Isn't the star power in your own area enough for you to absorb? You even secretly absorbed my star power. How dare you? The one I want to hit is you." Zhuo Yuping calmed down. He knew that he was in the wrong for snatching Yixing's star power. So he took the initiative to throw a bucket of shit at Yixing's head. Just when Yixing was about to explode with anger, Zhuo Yuping made things up out of nothing and wronged him first. This made Yixing even angrier. Yixing angrily shouted, "Bullshit! Not only did you steal my star power, you even hit me when I tried to stop you. Don't think you're amazing just because you're a 7-star venerable lord. In my eyes, you're just a fart. I can suppress you anytime." If it was any other time, Yixing would not have said such words. However, Yixing was indeed furious. Someone had snatched your things and even hit you. Even a clay bodhisattva's anger was about to be ignited. Zhuo Yuping sneered. "Yixing, I know you're the fiend star of chaos. You're strong, but don't be too arrogant. In the Dark Star sect, I, Zhuo Yuping, am the young sect master. The person who will take over the position of sect master in the future will also be me. Others might take you seriously, but I, Zhuo Yuping, don't care about you at all. You snatched my astral energy, and you even dare to say that you can suppress me? Come. Do you think I, Zhui Yuping, am like those trash from the Grand Yuan dynasty? Do you think I can't beat a lowly brat like you? The others looked at Yi Xing and Zhui Yuping in surprise. Each of them had their own area, so they were surprised and puzzled that they could quarrel over such a small area. Just now, the white mist had shrouded the entire cultivation Saint Pond. Everyone had been wholeheartedly absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate. Zhui Yuping didn't try to grab their power of stars, so of course they didn't sense it. So now, the two people arguing were accusing each other of stealing their star power. It was as if a battle was about to erupt. This caused the other cultivators to look at each other in dismay. They didn't know who was right and who was wrong. However, there were differences between people. The other two venerables of the Zhua family naturally believed Zhui Yuping's words. Their gazes at Yi Xing were burning with fury. I believe in Yi Xing. He won't steal from others. Wei Qingxian directly expressed her opinion. Of course, she believed in Yi Xing and didn't believe in Zhui Yuping. He Gang, who had just become a 7-star venerable lord, was a disciple of the He family. Because of the Black Biao King, he naturally stood on Yi Xing's side. He Gang stood up and walked over to Yi Xing's side. He said, I also believe in Yi Xing. I believe in the young sect master. I also believe in the young sect master. The two venerables of the Shiman family fell silent. The two venerables of the Zhua family also walked over to Zhui Yuping's side. The current situation had changed. Two venerables stood on Yi Xing's side, for on Zhui Yuping's side. The remaining venerables of the Lin family and Lan family looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know who was right and who was wrong. They didn't know which side to stand on. Those standing on Yi Xing's side were Wei Qingxian, a 5-star venerable lord, and He Gang, a 7-star venerable lord. As for those standing on Zhui Yuping's side, Zhui Yuandong was an 8-star venerable lord. Shiman Song was a 7-star venerable lord, and the other two were 6-star venerables. Although Yi Xing was furious, he quickly calmed down and thought about it. No one had seen what had happened just now. Even if they caused a ruckus, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhui Yuping since they didn't have any evidence. Moreover, Zhui Yuping was the young sect master. The Zhua family was the strongest in the Dark Star sect. Most likely, the Zhua family would trust Zhui Yuping more than Yi Xing. Thus, there was no point in causing a ruckus. Although Yi Xing was infuriated, there was nothing he could do unless he beat Zhui Yuping up. But looking at the current situation, if they were to fight, it would probably be a group battle. Yi Xing took a deep breath. He thought to himself, I'll just treat it as stepping on dog shit. I'll just endure it. Don't tell me that if I'm unhappy after stepping on dog shit, I'll step on it again? I'll just endure it. Yi Xing coldly looked at Zhui Yuping and said, Let's forget about what happened just now. I can't be bothered to lower myself to the level of a scum like you. However, there won't be a next time. If there is a next time, I won't give face to anyone, let alone you, the young sect master. I will only use my fist to greet you. It's 6 chapters again. I only need the second and last chapters on the 8th of September to make up for it. After that, I will add the monthly votes for the month of July. I want to maintain this quality and maintain 6 chapters a day. However, I need strength. Brothers, please give me a monthly vote. Thank you. Chapter 680. Yi Xing swallowed his anger and wanted to leave the matter at that. However, Zhui Yuping did not give up and said, Leave it at that? You secretly absorbed my star energy, and you dare to say that you're leaving it at that? Yi Xing raised his eyebrows and said, Zhui Yuping, I've already given you face. Don't be so shameless. Impudent. The Zhua family's 8-star supremacy, Zhui Yuandong shouted. How dare you be so arrogant after stealing the young master's star energy? Yi Xing, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the demon star of chaos? Let me tell you, this is the Dark Star sect, the Zhua family's Dark Star sect. You. 7-star supremacy He Gang interrupted Zhui Yuandong and said, Senior brother Yuandong, you're wrong. The Dark Star sect belongs to the Zhua family, and the Dark Star sect belongs to everyone. Your words are very dangerous. Does the Zhua family want to learn from the Meng family and conquer the world? 7-star supremacy Shiman Song smiled and said, don't change the topic. Yi Xing stole the young master's star energy. Let's talk about how we should deal with this matter. A look of anticipation flashed in Zhu Yuping's eyes. He glanced at the area with the leaf star and said, you stole my astral energy. I don't want you to pay me back. You just have to pay me back half of your astral energy. Zhu Yuping estimated that half of Yi Xing's star energy would be enough for him to break through to the 8th star supremacy realm. Huh? Yi Xing laughed. He calmed down and did not let anger get to his head. However, he made a decision in his heart. This laughter was very dangerous. Yi Xing stared at Zhu Yuping with disdain and said, young Master Zhua, you look like a dog, but your heart is thousands of miles away from your appearance. Calling you a beast with a human face is overestimating you. TSKTA. Zhu Yuping and the others were furious. Yi Xing didn't wait for them to speak. You stole my star force and even beat up my people. I've already tolerated it and didn't want to lower myself to your level. Yet you just had to be so shameless. You just had to take an inch and take a mile, creating trouble out of nothing. I say, are you going to the latrine with a lantern, looking for shit? As the young master of the Dark Star sect, when had Zhu Yuping ever been scolded like this? He was so angry that he jumped like thunder, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Zhu Yuping pointed at Yi Xing and shouted, You lowly brat, you little animal. Yi Xing interrupted him and said coldly, I'll give you the words little bastard. Don't think that I can't recognize your beast nature just because you're wearing a good human skin. When it came to scolding people, Zhu Yuping, who had always been the young cult master, couldn't compare to Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you're courting death. 8-star High Lord Zhuo Yuandong was furious and shouted, without the protection of the Dark Star sect, you would have been torn into pieces by the people of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now you're insulting our young cult master. Are you still a human? You're a beast in human skin. Zhuo Yuandong's aura surged, an array of starlight rushed out from his forehead. He was using his astrology. Looking at his furious expression, it was obvious that he wanted to attack Yi Xing whoosh. Zhu Yuping's aura also erupted. Although he was a 7-star High Lord, his aura was stronger than Zhu Yuandong's. Whoosh, Zhu Yuping also used his astrology. A ray of starlight rushed into the sky and turned into the lightning astrology. It was an extreme lightning astrology. Its power was even stronger than Meng Yuanting's astrology. Zhu Yuping was a 3-star king. His cultivation talent was at the peak of the star continent. His fighting strength was also extremely strong. He could easily challenge those above his level. He was a true monstrous genius. Because of this, Zhu Yuping was unwilling to accept that Yi Xing was the demon star of chaos. In his opinion, the person who was destined to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty had to be him. Zhu Yuping raised his hand, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was a peak mid-grade profound artifact, the purple electric spear. Zhu Yuping's gaze was like a blade as he locked onto Yi Xing and shouted, You arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know that you're nothing in front of this young cult master. You're the one who's courting death for snatching my star energy. Shiman Song and the 2 6-star High Lords also unleashed their auras as they stared at Yi Xing Wei Qingxian. And He Gang immediately moved forward and stood on Yi Xing's left and right. Yi Xing raised his hand and stopped the two from unleashing their auras. He looked at Zhu Yuping with contempt and said, Young cult master, you're so mighty. You brought so many people to attack me. Are you afraid of me to this extent? Can't you be a little more manly and fight me with your own strength? It was impossible to settle this matter with words. They could only rely on fighting. Even if Yi Xing was reasonable, if he lost to Zhu Yuping, he wouldn't be able to stop Zhu Yuping from snatching his star energy. Therefore, he had to beat Zhu Yuping into submission. Only then would he know how to write the word fear. Zhu Yuping thought that he was extraordinary. How could he be afraid of Yi Xing? He immediately waved his hand at Zhu Yuandong and the others and said, What are you doing? All of you stop. I don't need your help to deal with this wild boy. What demon star of chaos? I'll make him cry like a ghost and beg for mercy with one strike of my spear. Zhuo Yuandong and the others restrained their auras and said in unison, "Young cult master is mighty. You're invincible among the younger generation." After saying that, Zhuo Yuandong and the others retreated. Zhuo Yuping looked at Yi Xing with a complacent expression and said, "Do you think you're so great after winning the life and death gambling match and defeating 10 middle stage high lords of the Meng family? Those 10 trash added up together wouldn't be enough to kill me. Even if you're a 5-star high lord now, so what? In front of me, Zhuo Yuping, you'll still have to kneel." Yi Xing motioned for Wei Qingxian and He Gang to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Hole Constellation and Sagittarius Constellation were used at the same time, hanging high in the sky. Yi Xing raised his hand and the dark crowbow appeared in his hand. His current strength was much stronger than during the life and death gambling match. Even if he didn't dragon form, he wouldn't put an 8-star high lord in his eyes. In fact, he could even contend with an ordinary 9-star high lord. However, facing Zhuo Yuping, Yi Xing didn't dare to underestimate him. Just from Zhuo Yuping's surging lightning power, he could sense that Zhuo Yuping's strength was at least at the level of an 8-star high lord. He might even reach the level of a 9-star high lord. However, Yi Xing still had the divine dragon blood essence as his trump card, so he was confident. No matter how strong Zhuo Yuping was, Yi Xing wasn't afraid at all. Yi Xing's sword-like gaze locked onto Zhuo Yuping and said coldly, "Wait, I'll let you know what it means to kneel." In an instant, Yi Xing's killing intent locked onto Zhuo Yuping, and the world of darkness enveloped Zhuo Yuping in an instant. However, lightning-attributed stars had a strong resistance against the world of darkness. Although Yi Xing was already a 5-star high lord, Zhuo Yuping's lightning-attributed star still illuminated a large area. Chapter 681. The cultivation Saint Pond was only 50 meters in radius. Including the empty space around it, the entire valley was less than 100 meters wide and 400 meters long. Outside was the restriction formation, which was as high as level 5. The entire valley was only so big. Zhuo Yuping's lightning astrology naturally illuminated the entire valley. Yi Xing's archery was best at long-range attacks. In terms of geographical environment, Yi Xing was at a disadvantage. Zhuo Yuping had a huge advantage. "Your astrology is useless against me." Zhuo Yuping chuckled. His gaze was still locked onto Yi Xing's figure. The purple electric spear in his hand pierced out. Whoosh! The astral spear flashed like lightning and instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. The spear was too fast and too powerful. The void at the tip of the spear constantly collapsed, forming a small dark void. This was the true shattering of the void. It contained a terrifying might. Only a 9th-star Venerable Lord's full-strength attack could reach the level of collapsing space. Such an attack power would cause an 8th-star Venerable Lord's strength to collapse upon contact. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. Zhuo Yuping's strength had obviously reached the 9th-star Venerable Lord level. He was at the high level of the astral realm, but he still had the strength to fight someone 2 realms above him. He was indeed monstrous. Excluding Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, who shouldn't exist in the star continent, Zhuo Yuping's ability to fight those above his level was the limit of the star continent. The most monstrous genius in history could only be compared to him. In terms of cultivation talent and fighting those above his level, he was a top existence in the star continent. A genius like Zhuo Yuping was hard to come by in the star continent in thousands of years. Zhuo Yuping's spear was fast and powerful. It looked straightforward, but Yi Xing could feel the profoundness of the spear technique. He was a spear master himself. How could he not know that Zhuo Yuping had also reached the realm of spear master, one with the weapon? Such a fast spear couldn't be avoided. Yi Xing instantly used the momentum of darkness, stirring up the darkness energy in the universe. The black bow carried a thick dark astral light as it slashed towards the purple electric astral spear. In an instant, a dark vortex appeared and enveloped the purple electric astral spear. The dark vortex was penetrated by the purple lightning spear aura and collapsed layer by layer. Yi Xing felt a terrifying force penetrating through him. Even though he was wearing a black-grade inner armor, he could still feel the sharp aura. Although the dark vortex was unable to stop the purple lightning spear, it was still able to slightly slow down Zhui Yuping's attack speed. Technique of the Nine Heavens astral travel. Yi Xing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, narrowly dodging the spear. The purple lightning spear aura missed its target and instantly pierced into the array formation behind it. A string of electric sparks splashed out, but the array formation remained unmoved. Although the power of this spear was terrifying, it was still unable to shake a level 5 array restriction. Where do you think you're going? In the first round, Yi Xing was forced to rely on his body to avoid the attacks. Zhui Yuping excitedly shouted as the purple lightning spear aura burst out and instantly attacked Yi Xing outside the formation. It didn't take long to absorb the power of the stars in the Saint Pond. The Black Tiger King, the Dark Star Sect's leader, and the other higher-ups of the Dark Star Sect were all waiting outside. Although Zhui Yuping's spear attack hadn't shaken the formation, as a formation master, Ling Daochen immediately sensed that the formation was under attack. There seems to be a battle going on inside. Someone's fighting. Ling Daochen exclaimed. Someone's fighting? What's going on? The elders were surprised. The Black Tiger King and the Dark Star Sect's leader looked at Ling Daochen at the same time. Ling Daochen said, "Let me activate the projection formation first." Soon, Ling Daochen activated the projection formation, and the scene inside the formation was projected. They saw Zhui Yuping wielding the purple lightning spear. Every spear strike was like a flash of lightning as he attacked Yi Xing in a frenzy. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was unable to parry Zhui Yuping's attacks. He could only rely on his extremely fast movement technique to dodge the attacks. The Black Tiger King became excited when he saw this. "Stop them." The Dark Star Sect's leader waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Yuping knows what he's doing. He won't take Yi Xing's life. Both of them are geniuses of the present age and are proud and arrogant. It's good to let them fight. No matter who loses, they'll be able to reign in their arrogance." The Black Tiger King said, "Senior brother, you make it sound nice. If your son is the one in a difficult situation right now, can you guarantee that you'll still say the same thing?" The Dark Star Sect's leader said, "Junior brother, don't be impatient. No matter who wins, my attitude will be the same. I also want Yuping to suffer a loss, so he can reign in his arrogance. Geniuses should be proud, but they can't be too arrogant. No matter which one of them loses, it's a good thing." In truth, Yi Xing's fame in the Dark Star Sect was too great. Not only had the junior sect master, Zhui Yuping, been overshadowed by Yi Xing, but even the Dark Star Sect's leader felt that his fame could not compare to Yi Xing's. That was because everyone treated Yi Xing as the hero who would topple the Grand Yuan dynasty in the future. He would be the #1 expert in the world in the future. Naturally, they would praise Yi Xing greatly. The Dark Star Sect's leader did not receive that kind of praise. As a result, no matter how Yi Xing and Zhui Yuping fought, the Dark Star Sect's leader naturally wouldn't stop them from fighting. It was good that Zhui Yuping killed Yi Xing. As for Yi Xing gaining the upper hand, that was just an assumption. Right now, Yi Xing had already used all his trump cards and was in a difficult situation under Zhui Yuping's attacks. His defeat was inevitable. In the Dark Star Sect's leader's opinion, it was impossible for Yi Xing to turn the tables. Since the Dark Star Sect's leader didn't agree to stop their fight, the Black Biao King naturally couldn't forcefully stop them. That would be a slap to the Dark Star Sect's leader's face. The Black Biao King instructed Ling Daochen, "Be vigilant. If your life is in danger, immediately separate the two of them. Also, check the recording formation to see how they started fighting." Yi Xing's speed is really not bad. Yu Peng is already a great spearmaster, and his Thunderbolt star has greatly increased his relative speed. His spear speed is extremely fast. There aren't many 9th star venerables who can dodge Yu Peng's spear attack. The Dark Star Sect's leader commented on Yi Xing as he watched the image projected by the projection formation. To be able to make the Dark Star Sect's leader praise Yi Xing, one could see that his speed was truly extraordinary. After Yi Xing had broken through to the 4th star venerable realm, his comprehension of wind, fire, and darkness had not fallen behind. He had always been spending time comprehending them. Among them, his wind force was the first to make progress. In the realm of one with the world, It had increased by a small level, reaching the mid-step king realm. His comprehension of wind force at the mid-step king realm was only a step away from perfection. Yi Xing had merged his wind force into the Nine Heavens' divine wonder art, so his speed was naturally fast. If not for that, Yi Xing wouldn't have been able to dodge Zhui Yupeng's purple lightning spear. Zhui Yupeng's purple lightning spear art was originally as fast as lightning. Adding on the fact that he was a spear grandmaster, it wasn't that easy to dodge. Chapter 682. At the cultivation sacred pool. Everyone stopped absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate. Instead, they hid at the edge of the valley and focused on the battle. Zhui Yuandong, Ximen and the others were overjoyed when they saw Yi Xing being defeated by Zhui Yupeng. He Gang, who was standing beside Yi Xing, frowned nervously. On the other hand, Wei Qingxian was very calm. Yi Xing told Wei Qingxian about his achievements, including obtaining the divine dragon's blood essence in the extraterritorial star land. Therefore, Wei Qingxian knew that Yi Xing had a stronger trump card. Therefore, she was not worried about Yi Xing. Ha 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 ha. Zhui Yupeng was very excited when he saw Yi Xing running away from his spear. He laughed and said, Yi Xing, you're only a so. Ha. Look, you're running away like a dog under my spear. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xing used his Bao martial arts to block the spear, while using the Nine Heavens astral travel technique to dodge. Although he looked miserable, he always managed to dodge Zhui Yupeng's attacks. Yi Xing said, Zhui Yupeng, you're a 7-star supremacy, and I'm just a 5-star supremacy. After fighting for so long, you can't even hurt a single hair on my body. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. However, you're still smiling proudly. I really don't know where your sense of superiority and pleasure comes from. Your strength is nothing much, but your shamelessness is unparalleled. Zhui Yupeng's smile froze. Yi Xing's words had hit Zhui Yupeng's sore spot. How could he still smile? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhui Yupeng flew into a rage and roared, Ultimate Purple Flash. Ultimate Purple Flash. It was a killing move that Zhui Yupeng had comprehended himself. All the power of lightning burst out in an instant, forming an extremely fast, powerful, and unstoppable killing move. Once this move was used, everything in front of it would be penetrated. Because it was too fast, even Zhui Yupeng could not control it freely. It was very likely that he would accidentally kill someone. As it turned out, Zhui Yupeng did not plan to use this move. However, he was so angry that he could not care less. His mind was like a demon. Stop. Outside the restriction, the Black Tiger King cried out anxiously, but before he could finish speaking he stopped abruptly. Zhui Yupeng's spear was too fast. The Black Biao King was worried that Yi Xing would lose his life under this spear, so he reminded Ling Daochen to stop the two of them, and use an array to separate them. However, just as Zhui Yupeng used the extreme purple flash, Yi Xing suddenly changed. Luo 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 Dragon, Luo 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 Dragon, Luo Luo. In just an instant, Yi Xing had turned into a dragon man. This sudden change shocked everyone. The Black Tiger King also understood that Yi Xing still had a trump card, so he stopped shouting and did not let Ling Daois stop the fight. The ultimate purple flash was too fast. Martial artists below the king level could only see a flash of purple light, and the purple electric spear was already in front of Yi Xing. Such a fast move was unavoidable and unstoppable. Even a majority of 9th-star venerable lords would be pierced by this spear. Only a small number of them could block it. The purple electric light suddenly stopped in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing's hands, which had turned into dragon claws, were pressed together in front of his chest. The tip of the purple electric spear was smacked between the two claws. The power of these two claws was shockingly strong. The purple lightning spear was instantly clamped and was unable to pierce forward even an inch. A purple aura burst out from the tip of the spear and hit Yi Xing. However, the dragon scales on Yi Xing's body were incomparably tough. When the purple lightning spear chi landed on the dragon scales, sparks flew in all directions, but Yi Xing was unharmed. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. They were dumbstruck. and their faces turned pale with fright. Dragonization. What kind of martial art was this? Even the kings present had never heard of such a thing. The person who was most shocked was none other than Zhu Yuping. He knew very well how terrifying his extreme violet flash was. However, such a terrifying move had actually been blocked by Yi Xing's palms. The outcome was beyond his expectations. At this moment, Yi Xing's body was covered in dragon scales and his palms had turned into dragon claws. Zhu Yuping was shocked and terrified when he saw this. At this moment, the corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up into a small arc. His body leaned to the right, and with his 2 claws, he threw the purple electric spear to the left. Yi Xing's strength was so strong that the purple electric spear was pushed forward by his claws. Zhu Yuping grabbed the spear shaft and his body was pulled forward. Boom! As Yi Xing leaned to the side, his dragon tail swept out like a long whip. Zhu Yuping's body was pushed forward and was hit by the dragon tail. Bang! Zhu Yuping spat out blood and was sent flying by the dragon tail. His body flew more than 100 meters and crashed heavily into the formation. This crash made Zhu Yuping dizzy. He could not tell north from south. Before Zhu Yuping could recover his sense of direction, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and he felt his neck tighten. Yi Xing appeared in front of Zhu Yuping in an instant and grabbed Zhu Yuping's neck with his dragon claws. He lifted Zhu Yuping up and slammed him into the ground. Zhu Yuping was smashed into the ground. The ground of the valley was not as sturdy as the edge of the cultivation pond. Then Yi Xing dragged Zhu Yuping and created a deep trench. Outside the formation, the Dark Star religious leader cried out, "Yi Xing has gone crazy. Quick, stop him." Ling Daochen looked at the Dark Star religious leader innocently. Using the formation to separate the two of them would only work if they were not together. Now that Yi Xing was holding Zhu Yuping's neck, how could they separate? Fortunately, when the Dark Star religious leader cried out, Yi Xing grabbed Zhu Yuping from the ground and threw him far away. He shouted, "Zhu Yuping, tell me now who's going to kneel?" When Ling Daochen saw Yi Xing throw Zhu Yuping away, he hurriedly controlled the formation to form a wall of light, separating Yi Xing and Zhu Yuping in 2 areas. Seeing his son beaten like a dead dog, the Dark Star religious leader was very pained. He cried out, "Quick, find the entrance to the formation." At this moment, the Black Tiger King's expression was relaxed as he said, "Senior brother, don't be anxious. You already said that this is a good thing. This child, Yupeng, is too arrogant. Now that he's suffered a bit and restrained his arrogance, isn't this exactly what senior brother wants? Don't worry, senior brother." The Dark Star religious leader almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At that time, he had said those words because he thought Zhu Yuping would definitely win. Now that Zhu Yuping had been defeated and thrown to the side by Yi Xing like a dead dog, the only thing left in the sect master's heart was worry. He was incomparably nervous. When he heard the words he had said before, he wished he could slap his own mouth. Chapter 683. The entrance to the formation was quickly opened. The Dark Star sect's leader was the first to rush in. The Black Tiger King followed closely behind, and the other higher-ups also entered the valley. At this time, Yi Xing had already returned to his human form. Zhu Yuping crawled up and sat on the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked battered and exhausted. Zhu Yuping was the Dark Star sect's young master. Yi Xing knew his limits. Although it looked like he had beaten him up badly, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yi Xing's goal wasn't to injure Zhu Yuping badly, but to teach him a lesson and let him know his own worth. "Yuping, are you alright?" The Dark Star sect's leader rushed to Zhu Yuping and helped him up. Zhu Yuping had always been arrogant, but today, he had suffered such a miserable defeat at the hands of Yi Xing. Now that he saw the Dark Star sect's leader and the higher-ups of the Dark Star sect, he felt ashamed. "Father, Yi Xing has gone too far. He stole my astral energy and even injured me. You have to uphold justice for me." Although Zhu Yuping was ashamed, he wasn't stupid. He continued to push the blame on Yi Xing. He wanted to be in the right first. Although there was no proof, and the Dark Star sect's leader wouldn't believe Yi Xing's words, Yi Xing couldn't tolerate Zhu Yuping slandering him. Yi Xing said, "Sect leader, the one who stole your astral energy is Zhui Yupeng, and the one who attacked first is also Zhui Yupeng. He is distorting the truth and creating trouble out of nothing. Please investigate." Zhui Yupeng had been beaten up badly by Yi Xing. He knew that he couldn't deal with Yi Xing by himself, so he could only rely on his father. The only way was to falsely accuse Yi Xing. As long as his father believed him, he would naturally take care of Yi Xing. Zhui Yupeng was like a rooster with its feathers puffed up. He pointed at Yi Xing and shouted, "Bullshit! You were the one who snatched my star energy first. Now you've even injured me. My injuries are still there, and you still dare to deny it?" Just as the Dark Star Sect Master was about to speak, the Black Tiger King shouted, "What are you arguing about? Elder Taoist, have you investigated how they started fighting?" Zhui Yupeng's face paled. Ling Daochen was an elder of formations. Could it be that there was a record of formations in the cultivation sacred pond? If that was really the case, then there would be a recording array to record everything. They would be able to find evidence of what had happened before. Zhui Yupeng immediately had a bad feeling. Now, Zhui Yupeng could only pray that the cultivation sacred pond did not record the array formation. Ling Daochen said, "Sect Master, left emissary, I've already investigated through the recording array. It was the young Sect Master who snatched Yi Xing's star energy first. Then Yi Xing stopped him. Then the young Sect Master attacked Yi Xing. After Yi Xing dodged, the two of them started arguing. After that, Yi Xing swallowed his anger and said that he would let it go. However, the young Sect Master said that he could not let it go. He wanted Yi Xing to compensate him with half of the remaining star energy. Yi Xing refused, so the two of them started fighting and ended up like this. Zhui Yupeng's face instantly turned pale. Damn, there really was a recording array formation? The cultivation sacred pond only opened once every few decades. It had been 80 years since the last time it opened. Zhui Yupeng was only 31 years old. How could he have known that there was a recording array formation in the cultivation sacred pond? If he had known that there was a recording array formation, Zhui Yupeng would have suppressed his demonic thoughts and not made such a mistake. Slap. The Dark Star Sect Master was furious. He slapped Zhui Yupeng's face. Zhui Yupeng immediately vomited blood and shattered teeth. He was sent flying by the Dark Star Sect Master's slap. The Dark Star Sect Master was truly furious today. Zhui Yupeng was a monstrous genius, and he had always been very satisfied with him. But today he realized that his son's temperament was lacking. Not only did he steal someone else's things, he even wanted to hit someone. How could there be such logic in this world? The Dark Star Sect Master felt that he had lost all face. The higher his expectations for Zhui Yupeng, the greater his disappointment. His heart was dripping blood. Zhui Yupeng crashed into the distance and vomited blood once more. The injury Yi Xing had inflicted on him just now was not as great as this slap from the Dark Star Sect Master. Zhui Yupeng's status in the Dark Star Sect was all because his father was the Dark Star Sect's Sect Master. Now that his father had given him such a heavy slap, he was completely stunned. The Dark Star Sect Master said angrily, "You bastard, you've disappointed me too much. I'll punish you to go to the reflection room and reflect on your actions for 3 months. Reflect on your actions." After saying that, the Dark Star Sect Master waved his sleeves and walked out of the valley. In order to prevent the cultivation Saint Pond's astral power from leaking out, the array formation's entrance was opened and closed at will. Ling Daochen hurriedly followed the Dark Star Sect Master and opened the array formation's entrance. The Black Biao King glanced at Zhui Yupeng in the distance. Then he gave Yi Xing a look of affirmation. He waved at the upper echelons and said, "Let's go out first and let them continue cultivating." Soon, the upper echelons of the Dark Star Sect left the valley. Only the first 10 young venerables were left in the cultivation Saint Pond. Young Sect Master, how are you?" Zhui Yuandong, Shiman Song, and the others hurriedly ran to Zhui Yupeng's side. Although Zhui Yupeng had been taught a lesson by the Dark Star Sect Master and was punished to go to the reflection room, the Dark Star Sect Master only had one son. He had always been very important to the Dark Star Sect Master. Moreover, Zhui Yuping was indeed a genius. The position of sect master would definitely fall on Zhui Yuping in the future. Therefore, the younger generation of the Zhuo clan and Shimin clan naturally continued to rely on Zhui Yuping. Zhui Yuping spat out a mouthful of blood and fiercely punched the ground. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. However, he no longer dared to look at Yi Xing. The battle just now had already shown that he, Zhui Yuping, was not a match for Yi Xing. He no longer had the qualifications to challenge Yi Xing. At least not now. The Dark Star Sect's actions surprised Yi Xing. He thought that even if the Dark Star Sect master knew the truth, he would still protect Zhui Yuping and not punish him. However, he didn't expect the Dark Star Sect master to be so fair. Yi Xing somewhat understood why the Black Tiger King, who was the strongest in the Dark Star Sect, didn't want the position of Dark Star Sect master. He was also very respectful to the Dark Star Sect master. It seemed that the Dark Star Sect master was indeed a very competent sect master. He didn't seek personal gains for the Zhuo clan, and handled things fairly. Yi Xing looked at Wei Qingxian. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, they returned to the pool and sat down to cultivate. He Gang and the Lin and Long clan elders also returned to their seats. Although Zhui Yuandong, Shimin Song, and the others were very dissatisfied with Yi Xing, they didn't dare to provoke Yi Xing. So they all returned to their seats and continued to cultivate. Soon, someone else made a breakthrough. It was the 6th-star master of the Lan family, becoming a 7th-star master. It seemed like he had consolidated his 6th-level astral-reaching realm cultivation base quite well. After that, no one else made a breakthrough. After absorbing all the star power in the pool, Yi Xing's cultivation had already consolidated to the late 5th level, and Wei Qingxian had even consolidated to the peak of the 5th level. Author's note: I will continue to update 6 times today. No matter how late I work, I will finish it. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 684. After leaving the cultivation St. Pond, Zhui Yuping was brought to the reflection room by the law enforcers to receive his punishment. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian returned to the Left Star Emissary's mansion. After breaking through to the 5th level of Astral Reaching Realm, Falling Star Incantation, Worldly Momentum, Man-Weapon Union, and other aspects would all reach a higher level. In the following period of time, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian once again immersed themselves in cultivation. Time flew by like water. 1 month later, Yi Xing's mid-rank Mystic Realm Falling Star technique had broken through to the 5th level. 2 months later, Yi Xing's Tao of Archery had improved by a small level in the realm of one with the weapon, reaching the 2nd stage. 3 months later, in the Fire Magma Cave of the Dark Star Sect. The Fire Magma Cave was one of the best places in the Dark Star Sect. Cultivating fire-attributed martial arts and comprehending fire-attributed aura could be done in the Fire Magma Cave. Fire Yuan Qi gathered around Yi Xing. His whole body was burning with a faint layer of flame. The power of the condensed flame was gradually increasing. All of a sudden, the surrounding Fire Yuan Qi went berserk. The power of Yi Xing's flame suddenly increased by another level. The surrounding Fire Yuan Qi started to revolve around Yi Xing, turning into a huge flame whirlpool. The power of the flame was horrifying. After about 10 breaths, the surrounding Fire Yuan Qi calmed down. The flame outside Yi Xing's body gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Yi Xing stood up. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. Fire-attributed aura has also reached the level of a mid-step king. It is only 1 step away from completion. Wind and fire are on par. Only the darkness-attributed aura is still at the level of a low-step king. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. He was very satisfied with his understanding of the aura. Zhu. Yi Xing's body moved and the vital qi of fire gathered beneath his feet. He rode on the fire and moved at lightning speed. Soon he was out of the fire lava cave and headed for the Left Emissary's residence. As soon as Yi Xing arrived outside the mansion of Hua Left Emissary, he felt a strong wave of star power coming from the mansion. The qi of the stars in the void was all gathering towards a certain place in the mansion. Qingshuan's cultivation has broken through to the 6 stars Martial Highness realm? Yi Xing's eyes glittered. He quickened his pace and rushed into the residence. Yixing arrived at the courtyard where the two of them were staying. The astral yuan qi in the air had already calmed down. Wei Qingxian had stopped her cultivation, and the aura of a 6-star venerable emanated from her body. As expected, her cultivation had broken through. In the cultivation Saint Pond, Wei Qingxian had consolidated her cultivation to the peak of the 5th astral reaching realm, while Yixing had only consolidated his cultivation to the late stage of the 5th astral reaching realm. It seemed that the two of them were only a small step apart, but in reality, the gap between them was not small. Wei Qingxian had only used 3 months to break through to the 6 stars martial highness realm, while Yixing had only just consolidated his cultivation to the peak of the 5th astral reaching realm. In another 3 months, he might not be able to break through. In terms of cultivation talent, Wei Qingxian was a purple fate, which was much higher than Yixing's. She was only a small step ahead of Yixing, so she had broken through a few months earlier than Yixing. Yixing's cultivation speed had always been fast. On one hand, it was because he was always able to devour high-level heavenly fates. On the other hand, it was also because of all kinds of opportunities. On the other hand, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed was so fast mainly because of her cultivation talent. A purple fate was a true god's fate, and her talent was too frightening. Staying in the Dark Star sect is indeed safe, but I also lack experience and adventure. I won't be able to obtain any opportunities. If this continues, my cultivation speed won't be as fast as Qingxuan's, and my cultivation will fall further and further behind her. Yixing thought to himself, somewhat rueful. Right now, he felt like a flower in a greenhouse. The Dark Star sect was protecting him, but it had also cut off a lot of his opportunities. A strong feeling arose in Yixing's heart. He really wanted to leave the Dark Star sect and go out adventuring. The next day, Yixing found the Black Tiger King and proposed his idea. No, the Black Tiger King rejected Yixing's idea. Yixing argued, "Brother Heibiao, I think I need to gain more experience. Cultivating so steadily is too slow. Moreover, it's like a flower in a greenhouse. It will wear down one's willpower and will." Slow. When you return to the Dark Star sect in the 2nd month, you are already a 3-star venerable. The year hasn't even ended yet, and you're already a 5-star venerable. How is this slow? The Black Tiger King's eyes widened in shock. If other geniuses knew that Yixing was still complaining about his cultivation speed being too slow, they would probably buy a block of tofu and kill themselves. Yixing said, "I feel that I can't catch up to Qingxuan's footsteps. She's already a 6-star venerable, but I'm still far away from breaking through." The Black Tiger King blinked his eyes. Comparing Wei Qingxian and Yixing, in one sentence, there was no such thing as the most monstrous, only more monstrous. Yixing's cultivation speed was definitely unprecedented in the Star Continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was number 1 in all of history. However, compared to Wei Qingxian, he paled in comparison. The title of number 1 in all of history had to exclude Wei Qingxian, or else it wouldn't live up to its name. The Black Tiger King sighed and said, "There's always someone better than you. It's not a big deal that someone's cultivation speed is faster than you. Besides, there's no one else who's faster than you aside from Qingxian. There's no one who can even be compared to you. Why do you have to compare yourself to Qingxian?" Yixing thought to himself, "What's the point of comparing myself to others? I can't catch up to Qingxian in terms of cultivation, so how can I be worthy of her in the future? How can I get the approval of her venerable one father?" Of course, Yixing could only say this in his heart. Wei Qingxian being the daughter of a venerable one was a secret of Wei Qingxian. She could share it with Yixing, but Yixing couldn't tell anyone else. Yixing thought for a while and said, "If I continue to cultivate peacefully, I feel that my cultivation speed will become slower and slower. My passion for cultivation will also slowly be obliterated. This doesn't match my temperament. I like to roam the world freely and explore all sorts of places. Even if I encounter danger, I won't hesitate. Experiencing danger should also be a part of cultivation." It wasn't that the Black Tiger King didn't understand the logic of Yixing's words, but Yixing was just too important. Once Yi Xing left the Dark Star sect, and the Grand Yuan dynasty found out, they would definitely hunt down Yi Xing. They wouldn't rest until they eliminated Yi Xing. The Black Tiger King thought for a while, and said, "You're right. It's hard for a flower in a greenhouse to become something great. However, your safety is just too important. I can't let you take any risks. How about this? Once you have the power to protect yourself, I'll allow you to leave the Dark Star sect." Yi Xing said, "What do you mean by having the power to protect myself?" The Black Tiger King said, "If the Grand Yuan dynasty finds out about you, they'll definitely send kings to hunt you down. At the very least, you can escape from kings. Only then can you have the power to protect yourself. At that time, you'll be able to roam the world as you please." Yi Xing's eyes shone with fighting spirit. Being able to escape from kings wasn't too difficult for him. Chapter 685. If Yi Xing used all of his trump cards, it would be hard for him to find a match among the reverends. Even if it were those ranked on the reverend list, Yi Xing wouldn't be afraid. Although the strength of a 9-star reverend was far from that of a king, it was just escaping. With Yi Xing's comprehension of wind momentum, it shouldn't be too hard for him to defeat a king. Of course, Yi Xing was only a 5-star reverend. His cultivation base was too far away from that of a king. If he broke through to the 6th or 7th level of astral reaching realm, Yi Xing could try to find a king from the Dark Star sect and see if he could escape. Yi Xing could wait until his cultivation base broke through 1 or 2 levels. With a goal in mind, Yi Xing's cultivation mood was stirred up again. With a good mood, his qi would flow smoothly, and his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Another month passed by. It was now December of the 10,006th year of the Yuan calendar. Seeing that the year was about to end, a hair-raising matter happened in the Star Continent. Star Continent, North Underworld Continent, Extreme North. The land was covered in ice and snow as a white figure flew across the sky. If Yi Xing were here, he would definitely recognize that the woman flying in the sky was the Extreme Ice Empire's Reverend Lung Yu. The Beigong family was a great reverend family in the Extreme Ice Empire. There were 2 mid-level reverends in the family, and more than 10 low-level reverends. It was a famous superfamily in the Extreme Ice Empire. The Beigong family was located at the northern edge of the Extreme Ice Empire. The family's inheritance was ice and snow martial arts, and they had been living in the land of ice and snow for several thousand years. They were almost as old as the Extreme Ice Empire. For several thousand years, the Beigong family stood aloof from worldly affairs. Apart from sending a few disciples to the Ice Pole sect in each generation, they rarely interacted with the outside world. However, today, the Ice Pole sect received an urgent request for help from the Beigong family. The Ice Pole sect wanted to go to the Beigong family's rescue through the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array of the Beigong family didn't respond. Thus, Reverend Lung Yu used the teleportation array and arrived at the extreme north of the Extreme Ice Empire, rushing towards the Beigong family. Not long after, Lord Lung Yu arrived outside the Beigong clan. The Beigong clan, which had more than 1,000 members, was silent. No one came out to welcome him. Furthermore, the spirit formation that had once enveloped the Beigong clan no longer existed. There was something strange about this place, and a dangerous aura could be felt. Lord Lung Yu took out a middle-grade mystic weapon and circulated her astral energy. She was on high alert as she snuck into the Beigong clan's mansion. There was not a single person in the courtyard outside. It was dead silent. It was only when she entered the inner court that High Lord Lung Yu saw corpses all over the ground. No, perhaps they couldn't be called corpses, because these corpses no longer had any flesh and blood. Only bones were left, and then a layer of human skin was draped over them. They looked extremely terrifying, and it would be more appropriate to call them human skin skeletons. What was even more terrifying than a single skin skeleton was a pile of skin skeletons. In front of Lord Lung Yu, the entire inner court was filled with skin skeletons. Moreover, these skin skeletons were lined up neatly in rows. It was obvious that someone had purposely moved them here. There was no doubt that these were the martial artists of the Beigong clan. It was unknown whether they had turned into skin skeletons after their flesh and blood had been sucked dry, or if they had been moved here first, and turned into skin skeletons after their flesh and blood had been sucked dry. This question was no longer important. Lord Lung Yu's hair stood on end as she sensed a terrifying threat. Her heart pounded violently. Lord Lung Yu immediately turned around and saw a green-furred humanoid monster at the corner of the wall outside the courtyard. Its eyes were glowing with green light as it stared at her. The terrifying threat came from this green-furred humanoid monster. Right now, Lord Lung Yu should be worried about her own safety. Lord Lung Yu held the middle-grade mystic weapon in her hand tightly. Swoosh! Starlight shot up into the sky. She had used her astrology to gather the essence of heaven and earth around her body. She circulated her astral energy and maintained her strength at its peak. Lord Lung Yu could feel that this green-furred humanoid monster would be a horrifying enemy. She had to use all of her strength. However, when Lord Lung Yu raised her strength to its peak, her expression changed. She saw that in the opposite corner, behind the roof, behind the trees, one after another, green-furred humanoid monsters walked out. Their eyes were all shining with green light as they stared at Lord Lung Yu. 7th level astral reaching realm. Very good food. The green-furred humanoid monster that appeared first spoke in human language. Ooh. As soon as this green-furred humanoid monster finished speaking, its body flashed and jumped toward Lord Lung Yu. Hi! Lord Lung Yu was horrified. Her mid-grade Xian sword shot out a resplendent astral light. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Her sword was covered in white frost as it dodged the green-furred humanoid monster. Dang! When the sword struck the green-furred humanoid monster, a crisp sound rang out. The green-furred humanoid monster only dropped a few strands of green fur, and a shallow mark appeared on its body. Not even its skin was broken. The full power attack of a 7-star High Lord could not even break its skin. This defense was too powerful. The green-furred humanoid monster did not care about Lord Lung Yu's sword at all. It took it head-on, and the claws under its long green hair stabbed forward like sharp blades. Its speed was like lightning. Lord Lung Yu's great sword had not yet been pulled back when the latter's claws had already broken through her protective astral layer and pierced into her chest. Her heart shattered instantly. Lord Lung Yu opened her eyes wide, full of fear. She had never thought that she, a 7-star High Lord, would die like this. The green-furred humanoid monster jumped forward, pushing Lord Lung Yu to the ground. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 long green teeth, and bit into her neck. Lord Lung Yu's body started to wither, as if all of her flesh and blood had been sucked out. Soon, only a skeleton and a layer of skin were left. Until her death, Lord Lung Yu did not even manage to spread the news. 3 days later, the imperial capital of the Extreme Ice Empire was attacked by a group of green-furred humanoids. There were only a few survivors, and the upper echelons of the Extreme Ice sect were all wiped out. The Extreme Ice Empire no longer existed. According to the martial artists who had escaped from the Extreme Ice Emperor's capital, a group of terrifying green-furred monsters had attacked the Extreme Ice Emperor's capital. Their bodies were invulnerable, and they could devour human flesh and blood. The martial artists they killed had been sucked into their flesh and blood, and their bodies had turned into skeletons. As the news spread, panic covered the entire northern tranquil continent. The Northern Wind Empire, which was next to the Extreme Ice Empire, was the first to receive the news. They immediately sent people to the Great Yuan Dynasty. Through a level 5 teleportation array, the Great Yuan Dynasty immediately sent kings to the northern tranquil continent to find the green-furred humanoids. It's already the 3rd day of the 6th update. Brothers, please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 686. The fall of a high-rank empire was definitely a huge event that shook the entire star continent. Not long after, the strange incident in the northern nether continent had spread throughout the 5 continents. A monster that could destroy an empire and turn martial artists into human skeletons was simply too terrifying. For a time, all the martial artists were in a state of panic. Fortunately, although these green-furred monsters were powerful, they were not as strong as kings. Under the pursuit of kings, the green-furred monsters of the northern underworld continent gradually disappeared. However, the wounds left behind by the green-furred monsters were deeply imprinted in every martial artist's heart. In the northern underworld continent, not only was the Extreme Ice Empire destroyed, but many middle and low-rank empires were also massacred by the green-furred monsters. The 12th month of the year 10006 of the Dayuan calendar was a tragic period in human history. The tragedy of the northern underworld continent would be recorded in history and passed down as a warning to future generations. The Dark Star sect's control over the northern underworld continent was very weak, but they still received news of the northern underworld continent a few days later. Now that the end of the year was approaching, the Dark Star sect also sent a team of kings to the northern underworld continent to hunt down the green-furred monsters. Soon, it was the year 10007 of the Dayuan calendar, and Yi Xing was already 22 years old. The Dark Star sect's king team returned from the northern underworld continent with news of the green-furred monsters. Left emissaries' residence. The Black Biao King came to Yi Xing and Wei Qingshuan's residence, and the three sat down in the courtyard. The Black Biao King said, "The king team of our sect that went to the northern underworld continent has returned. They finally understood what those green-furred monsters were, and where they came from. The green-furred monsters could suck martial artists dry, and were the public enemy of the human race." After Yi Xing received the news, he had been paying attention to the news of the northern underworld continent. Yi Xing asked, "What is it?" The Black Biao King said, "In the history of the Star Continent, there have been green-furred monsters invading before. However, the most recent one was 13,000 years ago, so very few martial artists know about it. Our Dark Star sect has only been established for 1,000 years, so we don't know about this matter." The king team that went to the northern underworld continent asked some ancient families with long histories, and found out that these green-furred monsters came from the Sea of Black Prison in the extreme north of the Star Continent. It is said that the space in the depths of the Sea of Abyss Prison is very unstable. Spatial cracks will often appear, and sometimes, the spatial cracks will connect to another world. These green-furred monsters came from another world. In the Star Continent, there were countless martial arts families. Some of the martial arts families might not be very powerful, but they had a long history. Some of the ancient families had a history of more than 10,000 years, even older than the Great Yuan dynasty. Some of them had a history of more than 10,000 years, and had gone through several dynasties. These ancient aristocratic families were the most knowledgeable about the history of the Star Land. Their family's history had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Although they mainly recorded their family's history, they would also record some of the major events in human history. The green-furred monsters had invaded for far too long a time, over 10,000 years. It was normal for some martial arts influences that had existed for thousands, or even thousands of years to not have heard of them. From another world? Yi Xing frowned and said, "That is to say, we still don't know what these green-furred monsters are? What's the situation in the northern nether region? Have these green-furred monsters been killed?" The Black Biao King shook his head and said, "These green-furred monsters are very sensitive to the aura of human martial artists. They can distinguish the cultivation of human martial artists. When a king appears, they will know from far away and flee. The number of green-furred monsters killed by a king is very small, and most of them have fled back to the Sea of Abyss Prison. They can come out at any time to bring disaster to the world. To humans, this is a great hidden danger." Yi Xing said, "Then let's kill our way into the Sea of Abyss Prison and find them all. If we don't eliminate them all, once they come out, how many humans will suffer?" The Black Biao King said, "The Sea of Abyss Prison has chaotic space. It is a forbidden zone for kings. Only when the space inside is destroyed can kings enter. However, the destruction of space is not a good thing. This means that the spatial cracks in the depths of the Sea of Abyss Prison are large enough to allow king-level existences to pass through. Then, the invading foreign races will not be at the same level as the green-furred monsters. According to an ancient family with tens of thousands of years of history, there is a type of green-furred monster that is much stronger than the green-furred monsters. Its strength is equivalent to a king. If a green-furred monster invades, Even a king could be sucked into a human skeleton. 100,000 years ago, there was a green-furred monster that invaded and swept through the entire star continent. Even kings fell one after another. In the end, a god descended and expelled the green-furred monsters, allowing the star continent to be controlled by humans again. Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire star continent's humans were massacred, and even kings were not spared. What kind of tragic situation was that? It was simply the end of the world. Yixing said. Then what do? We can't let the green-furred monsters hide in the Sea of Abyss prison forever, right? Kings can't always be waiting outside the Sea of Abyss prison. Moreover, since the Sea of Abyss prison is called a sea, its area should not be small. There are only so many kings, so how can we defend it? The Black Biao King nodded and said, of course we can't defend it. Therefore, it is necessary to eliminate these green-furred monsters. The chaotic space of the Sea of Abyss prison is like a huge net. A king's strength is too strong. Once they use their strength, they will surpass the holes of the net and be trapped by the net. Like a fish in a net, they will be unable to escape and will be imprisoned forever. This is the origin of the Sea of Abyss prison's name. However, even if a venerable's strength explodes to the limit, it will not surpass the holes of the net. Just like how a small fish can shuttle through a large net, a venerable can also attack at will in the Sea of Abyss prison. Therefore, any matter of entering the Sea of Abyss prison to kill the green-furred monsters can only be done by venerables. However, ordinary venerables will die when facing the green-furred monsters. At the very least, one needs to be a venerable lord to contend against them. To kill the green-furred monsters, even venerable lords have to form a team. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. Yixing's expression changed and he said somewhat excitedly, since kings can't enter the Sea of Abyss prison, then I can also enter to kill the green-furred monsters? The Black Biao King nodded. Yes, you can. Moreover, there is a benefit to killing the green-furred monsters. Although they have a human form, their body structure is different from humans. They don't have internal organs, and their heart is a corpse jade, which is the source of their strength. Yixing was astonished. Corpse jade? The Black Biao King said. Correct, it is a corpse jade. It is no different from the corpse jade of the Sky Corpse mountain range, but of a higher grade. The corpse jade inside the green-furred monsters is very useful for astral-reaching realm venerables. If you can kill more of them in the Sea of Abyss prison, the corpse jade you obtain will be a cultivation treasure. Chapter 687. Corpse jades were good things for warriors. In the Sky Corpse mountain range, most of the corpse jades were spirit level. There were very few profound level corpse jades, and they were all in the deepest part of the Sky Corpse mountain range. And there were corpse kings in the Sky Corpse mountain range. Even kings didn't dare to fight with corpse kings in the Sky Corpse mountain range. Therefore, it was basically impossible to obtain a profound level corpse jade in the Sky Corpse mountain range. However, there were corpse jades in the bodies of these green-furred monsters. This world was really big, and nothing was too strange. The green-furred monsters sucked the humans they killed into skeletons. Obviously, it was because human flesh was useful to them. And the corpse jades in the bodies of the green-furred monsters were also great treasures for human warriors. With the existence of benefits, whether it was the green-furred monsters against the humans or the humans against the green-furred monsters, they all wanted to kill them quickly. These were natural enemies. As long as they met, they would fight to the death. Because of the corpse jades, even if the green-furred monsters hid in the Sea of Black prison and didn't come out, human warriors would still think of ways to kill them. Therefore, the venerables going to the Sea of Black prison weren't limited to the Dark Star sect. The Great Yuan dynasty would also send venerables. The sooner they went to the Sea of Black prison to hunt the green-furred monsters, the better. The Dark Star sect only used one day to arrange the people going, and ordered them to set off for the Sea of Black prison the next morning. After the Black Biao King left, Wei Qingxian frowned and said, I think I know what these green-furred monsters are. Yixing was looking forward to going to the Sea of Black prison to kill. Hearing Wei Qingxian's words, he quickly asked, What are they? Wei Qingxian said. They should be undead creatures from the world of death. In my previous life, I read about them in the reincarnation palace. They have corpse jades in their bodies. They are lifeless objects. Only by breaking or taking out their corpse jades will they lose their source of power and truly die. Otherwise, no matter how heavy their injuries are, they will still be able to fight. Their favorite food is the flesh of living creatures, which can help them increase their rank and strength. Yi Xing said in surprise, World of Death? Undead creatures? This was the first time Yi Xing had heard of this. Wei Qingxian nodded and said, all living things are divided into yin and yang, and the world is also divided into two sides, life and death, formed by the world of life and the world of death. The world where human beings, demon beasts, and other races lived was the world of life. The world where dead spirits lived was the world of death. The two worlds of life and death were the two sides of the whole world. Under normal circumstances, the life and death realms would not be connected. However, there was always a possibility. Sometimes, an unstable space would create a passage connecting the life and death realms. The spatial crack in the Sea of Abyss prison should be such a situation. Theoretically speaking, every starry sky continent in the world of life had a place where living beings lived. On the other side, there was the world of death where dead souls lived. The world of life was full of vigor and vitality, while the world of death was lifeless and barren. Therefore, once a space passage connected to the world of life appeared, the dead spirits of the world of death would be attracted by the aura of the world of life and invade it. According to the records of the Reincarnation Palace, there were very few starry sky continents connected to the world of death, 1 in 10,000. It seems that the starry sky continent is the 1 in 10,000 starry sky continents connected to the world of death. Yi Xing was speechless and shrugged his shoulders. The starry sky continents connected to the world of death were 1 in 10,000. He had encountered such a 1 in 10,000 starry sky continents as soon as he had crossed over. His luck was really excellent. He did not know whether it was excellent or terrible. Glancing at Wei Qingxian in front of him, Yi Xing had an answer in his heart. Of course his luck was excellent. If he had not crossed over to the starry sky continent, how could he have met Wei Qingxian? Wei Qingxian paused for a moment, then continued. The dead spirits of the world of death, martial arts are divided into 8 ranks, corresponding to the 8 realms of warriors. They don't have titles like martial saint, Taoist, venerable, and so on. They also don't have star vortex realm, star gang realm, astral reaching realm, and so on. They are divided into ranks 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 8th rank. Apart from the differences in strength, the different ranks of dead spirits also have different colors. From rank 1 to 8, they are respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. Green-haired dead spirits are equivalent to venerables, cyan-haired dead spirits are equivalent to kings. Rank 8 black-haired dead spirits are as powerful as supremes. Fortunately, this time it was only the green-haired dead spirits that invaded. If it was the green-haired dead spirits, the starry sky continent would have been finished, and the 5 continents would have been slaughtered. The dead spirits were actually so terrifying that they could even be compared to supremes. Yi Xing was very shocked when he heard this. Yi Xing nodded repeatedly and said, "It is indeed very fortunate. Brother Heibiao just said that the green-haired dead spirits invaded once 100,000 years ago, and the entire starry sky continent was plunged into misery and suffering. It was only when the gods descended that the starry sky continent was saved. Presumably, even if the green-haired dead spirits were eliminated, the starry sky continent would need a very long time to recover. The dead spirits killed living creatures and directly devoured their flesh and blood. It's too frightening." Wei Qingxian said, "That's for sure. However, the gods that can come to the starry sky continent are at least true gods. Quasi-gods can't travel through the void between different starry sky continents. The starry sky continent is only an ordinary low-level continent, and certainly won't be noticed by true gods. I'm afraid that true gods only came a long time after the green-haired dead spirits invaded the starry sky continent. Who knows how many humans of the starry sky continent fell in that great calamity." Yi Xing clenched his fists and said, "Whether it is for the corpse jade or for the hatred of humans, when we go to the ocean of black prison this time, we must exterminate all the dead spirits." Yi Xing's eyes emitted an intense battle intent. Going to the ocean of black prison to gain experience and engage in a life and death battle with the dead spirits made Yi Xing excited. His long dormant blood was somewhat restless. The next day, early in the morning, the Black Biao King brought Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian to the Dark Star Palace. Many martial artists were gathered in the palace. Apart from the upper echelons of kings, they were all high lords. Yi Xing estimated that there were exactly 100 people including himself and Wei Qingxian. Among these 100 people, there were 5 half-step kings, 12 9-star high lords, 29 8-star high lords, and 52 7-star high lords. These high lords accounted for at least 70% of the Dark Star Sect's high lords. Among 5-star powers, kings were the upper echelons, while high lords were the backbone. The Dark Star Sect had mobilized 70% of their high lords in one go. It could be said that they had invested a lot. Exterminating the green-haired undead spirit was one of the main reasons, but it was also for the corpse jade on the green-haired undead spirit's corpse jade. Soon, the 100 people were divided into 10 small teams. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were naturally in the same team. There were 2 9-star high lords in the team, and the captain was a half-step king. It was a powerful team, and also a kind of protection for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. 6 updates for 3 days in a row. Brothers, your monthly votes aren't very enthusiastic. You're still hovering around the top 100. What a tragedy. Let me rest for today. I'll continue tomorrow with 6 updates. Monthly votes, please rise up. When can you charge into the top 100? Chapter 688. Green-furred monsters rarely travel alone. They like to travel in groups. After you enter the Sea of Black Prison, be careful. Don't be too far apart from each other. If there's a situation, contact each other. Before leaving, the Dark Star Sect Master instructed. Right now, the Great Yuan Dynasty's focus was on the green-furred undead that had invaded the Star Continent. A large number of kings were hunting down the green-furred undead that continued to stay in the North Underworld continent. On this trip to the Sea of Black Prison, they had to pass through the North Underworld continent and might encounter the kings of the Great Yuan Dynasty. Therefore, the sovereigns heading to the Sea of Black Prison had to be escorted by kings. The Dark Star Sect Master and the Black Biao King were among them. The Dark Star Sect naturally had a hidden teleportation array in the North Underworld continent. Using the Rank 5 teleportation array, they directly arrived at the North Underworld continent. Then, using the teleportation array in the North Underworld continent, they arrived at the extreme north of the North Underworld continent. The group continued to fly towards the Sea of Black Prison. The Star Continent was extremely vast with no end in sight. The northernmost part of the northern nether continent was a gigantic icy plain. However, past this plain was a black ocean with a chaotic space. The black water was filled with a strange aura. Normally, although martial artists below the king level could enter the Sea of Black Prison, no martial artist was willing to enter. It was practically a forbidden area. However, this forbidden area was now bustling with activity because of the green-furred undead. The sovereigns of the Great Yuan Dynasty and the Dark Star Sect arrived at the Sea of Black Prison one after another. Even some sovereigns of high-rank empires were dispatched. They formed teams and ventured into the Sea of Black Prison, wanting to obtain corpse jades. Corpse jades contain the purest star energy and could directly increase a martial artist's cultivation. Some martial artists who had exhausted their potential could no longer make progress through normal cultivation. However, they could continue to increase their cultivation through corpse jades. Whether it was a 7-star sovereign advancing to an 8-star sovereign, or an 8-star sovereign advancing to a 9-star sovereign, their strength and status would greatly increase. There was no sovereign who didn't desire a mystic corpse jade. Be careful in the Sea of Black Prison. Safety is the priority. Also, pay attention to the Great Yuan Dynasty's team. Be careful of them attacking you in the Sea of Black Prison. At the edge of the Sea of Black Prison, the Black Biao King warned Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded. The Dark Star religious leader stood in front of the group of venerables and said loudly, "After entering the Sea of Black Prison, listen to the orders of the captains and don't act on your own accord. The corpse jades that you obtain will be kept by the captains. 2/3 of the corpse jades will be distributed according to the merits, while the rest will be handed over to the Internal Affairs Hall as resources of the religious leader." The Dark Star religion master nodded in satisfaction and said, "The purpose of entering the Sea of Darkness prison is to kill the green-furred monsters. If you encounter a team of other martial artists, you are not allowed to attack them. If you encounter a team of the Great Yuan dynasty, you are to avoid them as much as possible. However, if you are unable to avoid them and they take the initiative to attack, there is no need to fear them." "Yes." The Dark Star sect master waved his hand. "Go in." Under the leadership of the various captains, the 10 teams entered the Sea of Abyss prison one after another, and then dispersed. The seawater below the Sea of Abyss prison was as black as ink. It was incomparably dark and emitted an extremely cold aura. Normal water should have been frozen long ago. However, there wasn't the slightest sign of it. Looking at the surging black water, everyone instinctively chose to stay away. They flew 100 meters above the void, looking for land. The black seawater didn't just look scary, it was indeed very harmful to martial artists. This was because the seawater contained a dense death chi. If martial artists entered it, they would be invaded by the death chi. Even kings wouldn't be able to last for long. Astral-reaching realm sovereigns could only hold on for 30 breaths of time. After 30 breaths of time, the death chi in their bodies would exceed their life force. Their life force would be destroyed, and they would die immediately. Since the black water was so dangerous, the sovereigns naturally didn't dare to get too close. Yi Xing's team flew forward for several hundred miles before they saw land. "Leader, there's land ahead." An 8-star sovereign cheered excitedly. In the Sea of Black Prison, the pitch-black water made people feel uneasy, so the appearance of land naturally made them happy. Moreover, those green-furred undead spirits should be hiding on the various islands of the Sea of Black Prison. There was a possibility of finding them. Soon, Yi Xing's team arrived on the island. According to their visual estimation, the island was dozens of li long and wide. It wasn't small, and could hide a lot of green-furred undead spirits. The 10 people in the team searched the island in twos. The sovereigns had already opened their martial Dao heavenly eyes. Apart from Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, the rest of the team were sovereigns. The martial Dao heavenly eyes' observation power was very sharp. It didn't take long for them to search the entire island. There wasn't any trace of green-furred undead spirits. Entering the Sea of Black Prison was to kill the green-furred undead spirits. Each team was very powerful. With such ample preparations, the sovereigns naturally weren't afraid of the green-furred undead spirits' counterattack. In their eyes, as long as they encountered a green-furred undead spirit, it would be the same as obtaining a corpse jade. Therefore, the sovereigns were very disappointed that they couldn't find any green-furred undead spirits on the island. Team leader Zhuo Zhenghai flew into the sky and retracted his gaze from the island. He said, "Maybe this place is too close to the sea. If we go deeper, we'll definitely find green-furred monsters and obtain corpse jades." The sovereigns nodded. With Zhuo Zhenghai at the front, the team continued to go deeper into the Sea of Black Prison. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian followed. Just as Yi Xing's team left, a green-furred undead spirit walked out of the black water at a certain beach on the island. The green-furred undead spirit's eyes bloomed with green light. It glanced at Yi Xing's team. Then with a splash, it jumped back into the black water and disappeared. The Sea of Black Prison's water was rich with death chi. It was extremely terrifying for martial artists, but for undead spirits from the world of death, it wasn't dangerous at all. They could enter and leave as they wished. Therefore, it was impossible to find a green-furred undead spirit in the Sea of Black Prison, unless the green-furred undead spirit came to them on its own. Above the black water, Yi Xing, who was flying at the back of the team, looked back. He had a feeling that he was being watched. Yi Xing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and used the eye of Azure Cloud at the same time. He looked into the distance and could clearly see everything within 100 miles. However, he didn't find anything suspicious. Zhuo Zhenghai contacted the nearby team leaders and learned that the nearby teams had also discovered the island. However, the results were the same. They didn't find any trace of the green-furred undead spirit. Chapter 689. In the blink of an eye. It had been half a month since Yi Xing entered the Sea of Darkness prison. In this half a month, Yi Xing's team had encountered a High Lord team from a high-rank empire once, and a High Lord team from the Deyuan dynasty twice. However, they had not encountered the green-furred undead even once. The High Lord teams from high-rank empires naturally did not dare to provoke the Dark Star Sect's team. As for the Deyuan dynasty's team, they only had a little verbal conflict. Although the Deyuan dynasty's team recognized Yi Xing and knew that Yi Xing was someone that the Supreme King, Meng Tai, had ordered to kill, Yi Xing's team was too strong. They did not dare to act rashly. After all, this was the Sea of Darkness prison. There were many green-furred undead lurking in the Sea of Darkness. These were the real enemies. If they did not have the confidence to defeat Yi Xing's team, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. In that case, the green-furred undead would be the ones to benefit, and they would all be turned into human-skinned skeletons. In half a month's time, they had already traveled tens of thousands of miles into the Sea of Darkness prison. However, they had not encountered a single green-furred undead. This caused the ambitious and excited High Lords to feel very disappointed. They had long since lost their initial excitement. On the 16th day, although the morale of Yi Xing's team was low, they still searched for the green-furred undead as usual. They had found a new island. This was a large island with a circumference of several hundred miles. However, it was of no use. In the past half a month, they had even searched large islands with a circumference of several thousand miles. However, they still found nothing. Therefore, this large island with a circumference of several hundred miles did not pique their interest. The 10 of them split into 5 teams and searched separately. However, something unexpected happened this time. Assemble! After searching for less than 10 breaths, Captain Zhuo Zhenghai suddenly yelled, "Let's go!" Something happened? The High Lord's eyes lit up. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian also glanced at Zhuo Zhenghai and quickly rushed over. Zhuo Zhenghai shouted, "Team 10 is being attacked by green-furred monsters. Come with me to rescue them." Zhuo Zhenghai's mystic grade mid-grade flight wings spread open behind him as he quickly flew to the left. Hearing that they had been attacked, the High Lords weren't worried at all. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised. After half a month, they could finally have a big fight with the green-furred monster. Everyone had mystic grade flight wings on their bodies, ranging from low grade to mid-grade. When they flew at full speed, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 10 li. The 10th squad that was attacked was the weakest of the Dark Star Sect squads. Of the 10 squads of the Dark Star Sect, one was stronger than the other, and the other was weaker. The first squad was the strongest, so it was the closest to the 10th squad. Yi Xing and the others quickly left the island and flew above the sea. After flying for over 200 li, they opened their martial eyes and finally saw the 10th squad that was over 100 li away. The 10th squad was not located on the island, but in the sky above the sea. One after another, the green-haired undead rose from the Black Sea and attacked the members of the 10th squad. These green-haired undead were all High Lords, and some were even comparable to High Lords. Even though the members of the 10th squad were all High Lords, if they were slightly careless, they would be caught by the green-haired undead and dragged into the sea. From afar, Yi Xing saw a 7-star High Lord being caught by 2 green-haired undead and falling into the pitch-black sea below. The odds were against him. Whoosh! The captain of the 10th squad, a 9-star High Lord, released a dazzling starlight that formed a barrier around him. He rushed down with the High Lord that had fallen into the sea. With a loud rumble, a 100-meter-tall wave rose from the sea as a huge collision occurred under the sea. In the next instant, the 9-star High Lord rushed out of the pitch-black sea, holding the 7-star High Lord that had been dragged down by the green-haired undead. Fortunately, the 9-star High Lord had saved him. Otherwise, the 7-star High Lord would have died without a doubt. However, even though he had been saved, 2 bloody holes had appeared on the 7-star High Lord's neck. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was scared half to death. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In Yixing's squad, those with mid-grade mystic-grade flight wings erupted with their maximum speed as they rushed toward the 10th squad. Yixing was also among them. Plop plop. These green-haired undead were aware that Yixing and the others were rushing over. As soon as Yixing and the others approached, they fell into the Black Sea one by one. Where do you think you're going? Zhuo Zhenghai shouted. Astral energy formed a dazzling barrier around him as he rushed into the pitch-black sea. Although the sea was filled with death energy, and a High Lord's life would be in danger if they stayed in it for 30 breaths of time, it wouldn't be a problem if they only went down for a few breaths of time. The 2 9-star High Lords in the squad were also bold. They also protected themselves with astral energy, and locked onto their targets with their martial Dao heavenly eyes as they rushed into the sea. As for the 8-star High Lords, they didn't have the courage. Their strength would be reduced underwater, and the green-haired undead might drag them into the sea and kill them. Plop. With a 4th splash, Yixing followed the 2 9-star High Lords and rushed into the sea. His body instantly transformed into dragon form, and he wasn't any weaker than a 9-star High Lord. Rumble. The sea shook, and waves surged into the sky. Intense collisions occurred under the sea. When the captain of the 10th squad had entered the sea, the collisions only lasted for an instant before he rescued the 7-star High Lord and rushed out. However, this time, the collisions lasted for a few breaths of time. Previously, the green-haired undead were attacking from above the sea. The captain of the 10th squad had beaten back 2 of the green-haired undead and rescued the 7-star High Lord. However, there were now a large number of green-haired undead in the sea, and Yixing and the others were surrounded as soon as they entered the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 3 breaths of time, 2 figures rushed out of the pitch-black sea, one in front and one behind. Each of them had a green-haired undead in their astral hands. One was half-step King Zhuo Zhenghai, while the other was shining with golden light and covered in dragon scales. It was Yixing. Subsequently, the 2 9-star High Lords also rushed out of the sea. However, they didn't have anything in their hands. Originally, they each had a green-haired undead, but they were soon surrounded and almost lost their lives. They could only give up on the green-haired undead and rush out themselves. The High Lords didn't find it strange that Zhuo Zhenghai could catch a green-haired undead because he was a half-step king, the strongest expert under the kings of the Dark Star sect. However, Yixing was also able to catch one, which shocked the High Lords. The sea was still rippling, and it wouldn't calm down for a while. However, the High Lords opened their martial Dao heavenly eyes and searched under the sea, but they couldn't find any trace of the green-haired undead. They had already escaped. Plop. Plop. The corpses of the 2 green-haired undead fell into the sea. Zhuo Zhenghai and Yixing each had a corpse jade in their hands. There was a small island a few dozen li away. The members of the 1st and 10th squads quickly arrived at the island. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.